Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. You guys missed that intro? I missed playing Zelda games and hanging out with you guys. It's been a while. I think we've had about a 6-week hiatus or something from Triforce Tuesday. But it's back, and it's back in a good way. Today is actually a charity stream for Games for Love. So that will be coinciding with our return to Triforce Tuesday. I believe this is Triforce Tuesday week 32 now. And we're beginning our adventure with Twilight Princess. Okay, Triforce Tuesday, Twilight Princess, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch our intro here. I'd say blue too, as blue eyes folk are sensitive to light. Blasted on social media to 2,000 friends. Thank you so much, Vincent. Seriously appreciated. It's Mitri time. Horsey. Yes, Nummy's named our horsey for us. So we'll get the horsey's name. We'll get Hattie named our hero for us today. Ooh. Can you guys hear that? Hopefully you can hear that. Kibosh, thank you so much for the $50 donation to Games for Love. No message, but thank you so much, Kibosh. Truly appreciated. Oh gosh, how close are we? Oh, we're only $15 away from... we just started the stream. We're only $15 away from me wearing this stupid hat. I don't want to wear the hat. You guys can hear... Everything sounds okay. You can hear the donations. You can hear my game. You can hear me. You can hear my... Oh look, the last time I played was 2018. In May. So, 5+ years ago. Right around when Andy was setting the world record for Mega Man 2, I was casually playing Twilight Princess 100%. Thank you guys for the audio check. Alright, we got... Hattie named our hero Edward. As in the vampire from... I almost said Twilight Princess, but it's just Twilight, right? Is there like a delay on this? Edward... Can I make it... Can I put a space? She wanted Edward Cullen. Edward... Let's see. There we go. And our horse's name is gonna be Nummies. Thanks to Nummies. There's like a slight, just like a slight delay, it feels like, on the controller. Or maybe I'm just trying to speedrun putting in names. If I knew an Edward would be riding me, I'd have changed the horse name to Bella. Do you want... Before I plug this in, do you want to do that, Nummies? Good morning, Kibosh. Hope you're doing well as well. Good to see you, buddy. And thank you for the good luck. Thank you so much for your donation. Do it for the lulz. We can do that. Oh no! Alright, horse will be Bella instead. Well, maybe I'll just change him to Edward then. I've never read or seen Twilight before. I don't really know anything about it. You are missing nothing. Alright. Start game in normal mode? Yeah, I'll just do normal mode. I don't need to be a hero for Triforce Tuesday. It's on my own time. Tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls? They say it's the only time when our world intersects with theirs. The only time we can feel the lingering regrets of spirits who have left our world. That is why loneliness pervades the hour of twilight. Spent a lot of time in the hospital with my cousin back in 04. She passed away from cancer a month later at 15. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Kailash. We stayed up all night playing Link to the Past on SNES. Happy to donate so others can make fond memories. That's so kind of you, Kailash. Vincent, thank you for the additional... Thank you, Vincent, for the additional 15. Danger Alley, thank you for the 20. Vincent says, let's get that cap. Danger Alley, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Vincent's currently our leader, and there is, oh gosh. There is, an incentive for, oh, there you go, you can see one, there you go. Eat a ghost pepper. I have a ghost pepper in my garden, my own garden. Can you guys even, do I need to like raise the camera? Oh. Alright, well, thank you, Vincent, and Danger Alley. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Alley. Just lower the chair. I can't. It's as low as it goes. If we reach 1,500, do we remove the sunglasses? You gotta find out. You gotta find out. There's only one way to find out. And that's to donate. What's up, Alley? Thank you so much. Kailash, thank you for your story, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss. It's very sad, but your donation is much appreciated. Get the children something to look forward to. Thank you guys so much for everything already. Our next goal, our next incentive is at $500. Our giveaway will be unlocked for the end of stream, and I'll let you guys know what that is in time. It might even say it somewhere. You might be able to find it. And chat can pick a casual Friday game for me to play, so you guys can come together and pick something that you've always wanted to see me play, maybe. But enough talk of sadness. I have a favor to ask of you, Edward. I feel so silly. I was supposed to deliver something to the royal family of Hyrule the day after tomorrow. Yes, it was a task set to me by the mayor, but would you go in my stead? 1,500 be eat more final answer? Wait, what? What's final answer? Oh, the thing? The, from the museum? Is that what that was called? You have never been to Hyrule, right? In the Kingdom of Hyrule, there is a great castle, and around it is Castletown, a community far bigger than our little village. And far bigger than Hyrule is... And far bigger than Hyrule is the rest of the world the gods created. Yes, I do grow my own peppers, Gecko. I thought we talked about that. Yeah, the hot sauce, whatever that was. Oh, the fourth one? That's what the fourth one was called. Yeah, I do have a little pepper garden. I make my own hot sauces and stuff like that. So I will literally, I might be able to even, if we hit that goal, I might be able to even record myself going out and picking the pepper off the plant. I might be able to. Stepped away for a moment and came back to one heck of a hat. I had to raise the camera so you guys could see it. Now I'm just like all hair and a hat. That's all you can see. You should look upon it all with your own eyes. It's perfect in every way. Thanks, Eric. Thank you guys so much for all the generosity. So it's so quickly. We just started the stream here. Hopefully it continues throughout the stream. You want some Meech hot sauce? We can make that happen, Pickle. We can make that happen. Like a goddamn dwarf. I have my own dried habanero and Scotch bonnet peppers from a few years ago when I had a good crop. I don't really like Scotch bonnets too much. Make spaghetti sauce real killer good. Binky, hello. How are you? See you. We won't just hit the goal. We'll smash it. Gamers do not shy away from a challenge. We rise and overcome. Kaibosh, you were so kind. Thank you guys for everything. I've got some peppers growing too, waiting for them to turn red based on your advice. Dude, a red jalapeno? Underrated. It's getting late. We should head back to the village. I will talk to the mayor about this matter. Scotch bonnets have such a beautiful fruity flavor. Same with habaneros. So I love habaneros. I love habaneros so much, but Scotch bonnets are like too sweet for me. I don't know. There's something about a Scotch bonnet that I don't really like. I can't pinpoint it exactly. But I love habaneros. Love the sweet part. It depends on the pepper. I don't know. There's something specifically about a Scotch bonnet, the flavor, that I just don't like. Like, I don't mind if a pepper is sweet. It's just that particular flavor that I don't... I just looked over at the stream preview and I just... How am I having a real conversation with this hat on? Heat-free scorpions a few years ago? I didn't know those existed, Gecko. I grew scorpions. It was either last year or the year prior. Right, real scorpions. Man, it's been a while since I've played this game. It is such a fantastic game. Have I posted this in Lax's Discord? No, just my own. I didn't want to invade other Discords. You know, I don't know the protocol. But you guys are more than welcome to help me share. Hey, Edward. Edward. I've never had a link named Edward before. You there? You mind helping me herd the goats? I grew ghost peppers a few years ago. I'm gonna check with him and see if I can blast it. Thank you so much, Vincent. They ain't listening to me lately. I grew ghost peppers a few years ago and made really killer good smoky peach barbecue sauce. So that's, I might like that. It's hard to tell. Hey, where's Bella? Oh no. What have you guys done? I typically don't like fruit-based sauces. Rockor, what's up, Rockor? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. I typically don't like fruit-based sauces too much. I like my hot sauces to just be more savory than sweet. So like mango habanero is not my favorite combo. The ones with peach and apple and these things. Retro! Thank you so much for the $20 donation. Good luck, have fun, and do the good things. Thank you so much, Retro. Much, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well today, buddy. Thank you for your donation as we get ever closer, $40 away from our next incentive, guys. How are you, Retro? My phone died on Saturday. I don't like vinegary things. Ah, so you're like the opposite of me, Gecko. I'm a fan of vinegary stuff, which is why I like hot sauces and mustards and things like that. Come on now, hurry up and bring Bella with you. Not so bad. Back to work after taking a long weekend. How was your long weekend? Ooh, can we reverse these controls? I don't know that we can reverse these. Hey, look, a rupee. I'm rich. Ooh, I really want to reverse this. Because it's turning the opposite way that I'm used to. I put Tabasco on about 80% of the food that I eat. I love a good Tabasco sauce. How's the Minish Cap life? For charity. How was your weekend? You went golfing, right? Was that this weekend? Can't stand mayo or any kind of salad dressing because it's all vinegar. Mayo's not vinegar. Mayo is oil. I don't like mayo. Mayo is eggs and oil. And sugar. Which is why it's gross. If you keep it on too long, it'll be there forever. Well, not if I save the town, right? If I save the town, then we'll be okay. It was good. I'm hot human garbage at golf, but I have fun. Yeah, man. That's all that matters. You don't have to be good at golf to enjoy it. I haven't been golfing probably since either my late teens or early 20s. It's been a long time. I would like to go. I don't really have anybody to go with, though. My dad golfs regularly, so I guess I could go with him. Oh, hi, Edward. I washed Bella for you. Do we have to give her... I mean, I usually give Zelda the Valley Girl accent. I've only ever mini-golfed. Mini-golf is so much fun. Mini-golf's a good time. Bella works real hard, so I thought she deserved a treat. But listen, Edward, could you do something for me? Can you use a piece of grass to play that song for me? You know the one that Bella likes. Bonus song. I actually get worse every time I play now, so one of these days I'll figure out how to be less bad. It's such a nice melody. Bella looks happy. Well, she's all prettied up now, so I suppose you can ride her back. Don't you make her do too much, okay? Yeah. Alright, here we go, Bella. Oh, okay. Play. Mini golf is fun and less stressful. Enjoyed the horsey ride. It's been a while since I've even been mini golfing, honestly. Ah, pretty. Ordon Village. All right, relax, buddy. I don't know how much of this game we're going to get done today, but we'll see how it goes. What do you guys think of this game? Who's a fan of Twilight Princess? Who doesn't like it that much? What do you guys think? I really love this game. If it isn't young Edward, are you going to close down the ranch for the day? I just closed shop myself. I'm sure you know all about the mischievous monkeys that have been coming into the village lately. Those things worry me a bit. I better lock up tight here. I couldn't stand to have any more goods stolen. Can't trust that good-for-nothing husband to do anything right. Yikes. Come on, Dad. You can't catch a silly little monkey. Well, no. No, I can't. Oh, listen to us babble on. I didn't mean to keep you. Alright, off to work with you. I'm not competitive, so regular golf sounds like I wouldn't care enough to finish. Welcome in, Panty. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Never seen this in my life? Gecko, what? I love this game. I wish I could get it on the Switch. Yeah, me too, Kibosh. I played a little of it and really liked it. I'm a big fan of this game. This is top 5 Zelda games for me. Monkey. I was gonna say or do something. I don't see why people hate on this game. Me neither, Panny. Me neither, man. It's funny because the Zelda community went from wanting this game so badly and loving it when it first came out, and this is everything they ever wanted, to just like hating it. And it's like, I don't know what happened. Never got to finish it. I would highly recommend it, Nummies. This game is so much fun. It's functionally fine. This game is lovely. Yeah, I know you liked it too, Retro. Makes me happy. Oh, hi, Edward. I'm making you a fishing rod, you know. All I have left to do is paint it, so get ready for fishing. No, not you. Great. You. Talk to me. Good evening, Edward. This is a lovely sunset, is it not? It's kind of you to spend time with my husband, you know. Gives me time for myself. What, do you have to put the livestock to bed now? Not really. It's not. I don't know how I got roped into this. Ah, great timing, Edward. There was something I had forgotten to tell you. So my son Colin is making a fishing rod so the two of you can play together. Sounds like fishing, actually, not playing. You should finish it today, so you can come get it at our house tomorrow. Right on. I need to replay this since I only played it when it launched on the Wii. Would absolutely recommend. I can only guess people hate the wolf form and the dark themes, which is weird because the Zelda community wanted a darker Zelda game so badly. And when they got Wind Waker, the whole community was like sorely disappointed. And when this came out, they were like, yeah, this is the best Zelda game, it's the most realistic, and this is what we've always wanted, and it's dark, and it's cool, and it's edgy. And then like 10 years passed, and we're like, oh yeah, by the way, we hate Twilight Princess, and we love Wind Waker. So, I don't know what happened. I love them both. I think they're both excellent games. Twilight Princess does beat Wind Waker for me in terms of being, you know, one of my favorites, but I love them both. You gonna help out Fado? Or not, Edward? You headed up to the ranch already. Better move along and take Bella with you. Alright. No more procrastinating. We talked to enough people. But yeah, I don't understand what the issue is. But people like to hate on this game suddenly, which is sad. Wind Waker is great, except for the chart. That's the charge that part sucks. I'm okay. That part sucks. It's not as tedious, I think, in the HD version. In fact, I played the HD version that was, you know, before we stopped taking a break, before Minish Cap. Before we started to take a break, before Minish Cap. We played through the HD version of Wind Waker, and I really enjoyed it. It wasn't that bad, especially with having people to chat with and talk to during my sailing time. I really need to figure out how to reverse these controls. Do you guys know if we can... Oh, options. Camera control. Invert horizontal axis, right? I think that's what we want. I think that's what we want. Let's see. Pog! Alright. What a gamer. I've never played the HD version, only the original. I would definitely recommend the HD version, Kibosh, because there's so many quality of life improvements in that make Wind Waker less tedious than it was initially. Sorry to get you over here in such a hurry, Edward. These guys have been awful skittish lately. They won't listen to a word I say. Sorry to ask, but how's about you and Bella herd them into the barn real quick? We ain't got much time, so you think you could do it for me? How many tries is this gonna take me? Backwards horizontal is a crime, right? I've never upple. Much obliged there, bud. Okay, then go ahead and herd all these little scamps into the barn for me. Oh, I've never played 3D Zelda aside from Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Ooh, you're missing out, Allie. I think you're really missing out. Noted, I'll look into it. I would suggest it. Oh, by the way, there's your Triforce Tuesday incentive spreadsheet and everything. Incentives are still going on. That's not what today's about, though. But if you happen to gift subs or anything, we'll still do the Pokemon packs. Everything will get added to our sheet. I just want to let you guys know that that is still happening. But we're more focused on the charity, obviously. Get in the barn. Get in the barn. Get in the barn. Oh, I thought this was timed. I guess it's not timed. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Oh, I remember what I'm thinking of. Hog. Goat in alert. That's when I arrive on stream. The goat is in. Edward, Bella, much obliged to both of y'all. This is so ridiculous. What is wrong with my chat? Gotta do a meeting. I'll be in lurking for an hour. Don't do anything cool. Thank you for the lurk, the stretch, and the water break. Nummies, good luck with your meeting. I can cover everything tomorrow without having to trouble you, so just sit back and relax, bud. Oh, but how about today? Want to practice with the fences? Hello, Tom. Meetings to you. Hope you're doing well. Today is a charity. Exclamation charity. I guess I should have done exclamation donate. I thought exclamation donate was a command. There we go. Please share that link to your friends and family as well. It can always help. You never know who might donate. There are incentives for the community as well as individuals. The highest donator of the stream will get a special gift from me, which we talked about a little bit earlier. It's a portrait of a pet if they want. Just wait a spell, bud. I'm getting the fences set up. Ooh, sorry that took so long. Okay then, y'all ride all you want. Y'all get tired of riding, just jump the gate and head back into the village, okay, bud? Alright, sounds good. Wait, why are you talking to me? Ain't nothing cooler than fence jumping done just right. When y'all are approaching the fence, use A to dash at the right moment before... Yeah. I know what to do. I played Ocarina. Bam, alright. I'm a pro. What a gamer. Alright, let's leave. Yeah, sure, I'd like to save. To save your progress during the game. Ooh. Cleveland Tom, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Super appreciated, buddy. He says, many meetings to you and yours, friendo. Thank you so much, Tom. Oh, does that mean... Oh, we hit... Thank you, Tom. We hit the next incentive, which was to unlock the giveaway at the end of stream. You guys have to be here for the giveaway. Unfortunately, I can't, like, enter you in prior. You have to do it within the allotted time. But the giveaway is unlocked for the end of stream. You want to be around for that. And you guys can pick a casual Friday game for me. You guys can do it in the Discord. You can discuss it here, wherever you want to do. Pick something out. Casual Friday game. I hope someone wins it too. Dye beard? To what? To whatever you guys decide. For how long? Probably just a temporary thing. I keep forgetting that the new incentives will unlock. If you look over at the bottom left side of your screen, you can see new incentives unlock. So the next one in line is to pick my Halloween costume, which falls on a Tuesday. It will be a Triforce Tuesday, okay? And, oh yeah, I didn't even see that one came up. What's up, Wookie? Welcome in. Tattoo for what? For how long? Tattoos are permanent. You guys would pick a tattoo for me. And hopefully nothing ridiculous. And then I would get that on my body forever. November, thank you so much for the $40 donation. Welcome in. Wookie, hello. Not a face tattoo. I hope you're doing well. November, thank you for the $40. That brings us to $550 currently. So we still have a little while to go before you guys pick my Halloween costume, but that falls on a Tuesday. I hate dressing up for Halloween. I hate wearing this hat right now. But you guys can pick my Halloween costume, and I'll wear it on a Triforce Tuesday. I think it falls on a Tuesday. Phil, welcome in. I genuinely love the out-of-the-ordinary stuff. Well, we're doing it for charity, Phil. You guys got to pick a Casual Friday game for me. You guys got to get together, start a Discord thread, you know, something. Pick something for me. I can't check whether Halloween falls on Tuesday, but I think it does. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Exclamation charity if you want to donate. There's plenty of incentives, individual and community incentives. And that's what today is about, okay? So I can explain. We'll take the time to explain things as we go through this stream here. We're raising money for Games for Love, and they do amazing work in bringing hospitalized children games and consoles to make life a bit easier and more fun for them. It is a Tuesday, yes, so we will be dressing up for Halloween on Triforce Tuesday. How much better could it get? Hey, wake up, Edward. It's morning already. If you guys want me to do Lion King for SNES, like, if that's what you want, yeah, that's what we'll do. You just have to come to a consensus. We can do a vote in the Discord or something. I can help you out with that, but start coming up with some ideas. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll create a thread in the Discord for you guys. As soon as I remember how to do that. There you go. There is a new thread in the Discord for you guys to pick a Casual Friday game for me, so please go ahead and have your discussion. Dracula costume as he plays Castlevania. That's what you guys want. You gotta reach the incentive though. Oh, I'm in my basement. This is what my basement looks in real life. It's just a black void. Please, even if you don't have the means to donate, please share the link. Seriously, you don't know how much it could help. It has a lot of potential, so please feel free to copy and paste that anywhere you can and let people know what we're doing. They don't have to watch the stream. They don't have to have a Twitch account. It'd be cool if they watch the stream. It'd be cool if they followed. But they don't have to. Okay, it's not compulsory. What's going on here? What's going on with this tree? You okay? Distinct shadows. You would totally make a good actual Dracula. Vlad Tepes. Look up a pic. Plaid Tepis. What am I playing on? The Wii U. How's it going, Wookie? How you doing today? Plaid Tepis. Oh, this guy. I've seen this guy before. I know who he is. Can the tattoo be the link? What, like the link to the donation? Yeah, I'm playing Twilight Princess HD to make things a little bit easier. Hello, children.
Oh, Edward, did you hear? They're selling a slingshot at the store right now. A slingshot. I wonder how powerful it is. I must try it.
Hello, if you and Mallow want it so bad, just buy it at my parents' shop.
You see any rupees in my hand? I can't afford that thing. Come on, Beth. You just loan it to us for a while?
Who is that? Thank you, Phil, for the $100 donation. Holy moly, thank you so much. Bringing us to $650. Phil, thank you. Truly appreciated. Games like 180? What does that mean, Wookie? QR code that links to the stream. Oh no. What's up, Avon? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh shoot, but our allowances are terrible. I wish I was born into a family with a slingshot instead of one with a water wheel. Work in the office today. $180 for Twilight Princess HD? Is that what it goes for? Are you being serious? Thank you so much, Phil. Truly appreciated, man. Getting us closer to our Halloween costume incentive. Just want to look a little. Can you get the slingshot from the shop? Yeah, and if you can't do that, let's just like trade families, okay? Knock it off. So I think I'm being told that there is a slingshot. It's $180? Let's use the magnet beam and zip out of the office. All the MVPs this morning. There's individual incentives as well as community incentives for the individual incentive. Highest donator does get I'll show it off again, I promise, but I will do a pet portrait for you guys. $100? $100 is still a lot of money. Hi, Edward. I finished the fishing rod I was making. I thought I'd give it to you first thing in the morning, but my dad said, you just wait until Edward comes to get it. That's why I didn't bring it to you. Dad's out today, so I would ask Mom about it. I think she's by the river. Good. Alright, so we gotta find a slingshot and we gotta find a fishing rod. You're on the 9th floor. I don't have slow fall boots, and I'm not a robot. Loving the NPC voices, thanks, Allie. Well, hey, morning, Edward. Got a day off from work today, my boy? My boy. Not me, the wife's been hassling me. Today's the day to restock our store. Look, see that up in the tree? You can get a better view by pressing R, and then using R, or the gamepad to look around, just by the way. Yeah, some Ordon bees built themselves a fine nest up there, and I was thinking about knocking it down. Our cat hasn't come home since yesterday, so the wife's in a bad mood. At the very least, I need to bring her something home to her. I read that incorrectly, but who cares? Let's look at the bees. Where are the bees? What's your problem? I don't see bees. What are you making this up? My boy. You work on the 9th floor, and they don't issue you safety equipment. There's the bees. Bees! Can we get some bee movies in the chat? It's locked. By the way, soundtrack to this game, A+. Oh, you're an excellent shop owner. Oh my, it's young Edward. Welcome, my dear. You didn't happen to see a little cat out there, did you? He ate the fish we were going to have for supper last night, and I gave him a good scolding, but then he went out and hasn't returned. I'm so fraught with worry for him. I'm exhausted. I've exhausted myself. Alright, well, thanks for the slingshot, I guess. Never played this one. Always been kind of intrigued by it. It's such a good game. Why do rupees grow in pumpkins? Seems like a health hazard. I would very much recommend this game. Hi, kitty, kitty, kitty. How do I feel like compared to Wind Waker? They're very, very different games. But I prefer Twilight Princess to Wind Waker. It's... I love both of them. I love both games a lot. But I do enjoy Twilight Princess more than Wind Waker. Num Num Boo, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. If you guys have Prime, you can sub for free. And that will go towards our... what are we working towards? Breath of the Wild 100% playthrough. So if you guys want to see that. It's like Pancake Day, except with pumpkins. It's Pancake Day. You get money in your pancakes? But, yeah, Wind Waker and Twilight Princess are entirely different games. Hope you're doing well, Num Num Boo. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Some religious thing? No kidding. I've not heard of that. I didn't miss a donation, did I? No, I think we're covered. Should give it a shot. I think it's very, very fun. It's a top 5 Zelda game for me. I know that's not the case for everybody, but I think it's really excellent, and the soundtrack is absolutely incredible. Probably my favorite Zelda soundtrack. And I typically like chiptune soundtracks. Definitely top 25 Zelda. Oh, I don't have a boodle. Could also be in top 5. Retro, if you did have to make a top 5, what would you put in your top 5 Zeldas? Surely I won't fall. Avon, thank you so much for the $50 donation to Games for Love. Do all the things. Avon, thank you so much. Does that mean we hit? We did. You guys can pick my Halloween costume. I'll make another thread for that. Not right this second, but I will make one. Thank you so much, guys. We have hit $700. Oh, you guys can see the final... You guys can see currently the final incentive. It's tough. Don't make me choose between my children. Valley Girl Zelda costume. Sexy maid. You know, I do have shame. Not for long. Edward, I saw all that. Calling down a hawk, why didn't I think of that? Yeah, because it's not easy, that's why. I was trying to knock that down by myself, but you beat me to it, my boy. Well, glad I could help. Can I go in your house? Still locked. Yo, Edward. Yo, up here. I want to talk to you. Press A while holding ZL. Hey, there you go, over here. Yeah, your voice carries well, as usual. Maybe you can teach my hikes, like children, that you've got to press A while ZL targeting to talk to people from a distance. They don't get it. Why does tyke sound like a slur? I feel bad about that word. So listen, why don't you climb up those vines there, Edward? Sexy maid. They did not stack in chat. Sexy Charmander? I didn't even see that comment. No more gingers. Check this out. You know Syrah at the general store? Well, isn't that her cat over there? He's just been sitting there next to my house having a staring contest with the creek. You don't suppose he's thinking he's gonna catch a fish, do you? Ha ha ha! A cat can't catch no fish. Anyway, that's not where I was meaning to tell you about. I want you to take a look at something. See the grass? Yeah, I see it. You know the one I used to call a hawk down? Haven't I seen you whistling with that stuff? I figured it was pretty rare to see. So, see it growing in a place like that, so I thought I'd let you know. Bet you could hop across these rocks with a quick little L forward. Yeah, look at that. I'm a gamer. Jinjo! I don't want to call another hawk. Go away. God, whatever you do, don't make me play Banjo-Tooie for Casual Friday. Monkeys in the chat. Thanks for the monkey, really helps the stream. You're not who I need to give this to. Where is she? There she is. Here. I got you this. Oh my, Edward. I've been looking for that cradle. I made it when my first child was born, and I have cherished it all these years. Cherished it, or let a monkey take it? Did you know that all this somehow? Did you find it and bring it back to me on purpose? Yes, I did actually. My thanks to you. That reminds me, there's something I'm supposed to give to you. You think you could carry that cradle and come back with me to my house? Dude. Alright, I'll meet you there. My thanks to you, Edward. Yes, I've nearly forgotten. I'm supposed to give this to you. Alright, here you go. Yes, just give me it. What are the platform limitations for the Casual Friday game? I don't know. Whatever I could easily access. MSX and MSSX2? No. Face the water and use it to cast. Yeah. You can hold the fish without bait, but you'll catch a larger variety of fish with bait. It's a little unpolished. My son Colin made this under the instruction of his father. You can use it if you like. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Enjoy your cradle. Don't let monkeys steal your things. That's irresponsible. Oh, okay. Well, sorry. I was just trying to look for money. calling me. I wouldn't trust putting a baby in that. Kitty, 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 kitty. I forget how fishing works in this game. I know it's not easy. Gosh, I don't remember how fishing works. Are they biting? I remember with the Wiimote you had to pull it back. But I don't know what you do. Gosh, I don't remember how this works. You think this took you a while? I genuinely, Oh, what? I didn't even cast that time. What happened there? Pull back on the joystick? Hmm. Here. Wait. I know, kitty cat. I'm trying. Joystick doesn't seem to do it. It might be why. It might be like what I have the fishing rod set to. There we go. Fish on, now what? Am I winning? Okay, I did it. Oh, I caught a green gill. I don't think that's what I was looking for. These are everywhere. Oh, it is. Oh, okay. I thought I needed... Oh, I think that's for something else. I think I'm getting my wires crossed. There's a lot of things you have to do later in the game. I do low-key love that so many games have fishing. Fish on, goat in. I don't know how I caught it. I just held Y and also held back on the stick. So, I don't know if I did it correctly or not, but... That's what we went with. Poor fishy. He was just bringing it home to show his mom. You know. Nothing wrong with that. I found your cat. Oh, my Edward. You simply must hear that. Oh, wait. Oh, my, comma, Edward, not... Oh, my Edward. The cat's name is not Edward. Just take a look, my little kitty I'm confused. The cat's name is Edward. Well. And he brought a fish bag with him. He was worried about me being hungry. Being hungry? Yeah, he tried to feed you the fish. I'm having a moment. Oh, just look. Isn't he so cute the way he laps up that milk? The cat is adorable. Speaking of cats, we'll have to get Iggy on stream. Don't forget about that. Say, my dear, why don't you have some too? I'm in a good mood, so it's on the house today. Oh, Pog, I got milk in a bottle. Well, this bottle's half empty. I can recover 3 hearts. Can I have your slingshot? Don't worry, you don't have to return the empty bottle, my dear. You can just reuse it. You know, put something else in it. Recycling is a very important thing. It's a good lesson. I'm sure you never do anything of the sort, but kids these days toss things out like the whole world it was disposable. It's criminal. So what do you say, my dear? Is there anything you want today? Your slingshot, please. I have 30 rupees. Yes, I will buy your slingshot. What are you doing buying a slingshot, you naughty thing? You're too old for toys? For toys? It's a weapon, lady. Will you at least let the kids play with it? Oh, I should tell you, if you happen to run out of pellets, you can also just use pumpkin seeds. Pog, we got the slingshot. I think that's all we want. See you again soon. Did I already do the cuckoo catching game? It's pretty much in every Zelda game. I don't believe there's one in this game that I can think of. Could have called yourself Edward to clarify things. Edvard. Bottles are literally your favorite part of pre-Breath of the Wild games. That's true. There's no bottles in the newer games. No ceiling items. Use the slingshot to rob the store. I'm not seeing anyone's sub badges. New default. I see everybody's. It might just be a little bug on your side. Focus. Amazing hat. Thanks, Ethan. Hope you're doing well. Blasted into the bakery. We are $50 away from eating a ghost pepper. All right. Not the first Twitch bug of the day. That's Twitch for you. Ah, just in time, Edward. I just delivered something to your room. Why? Why were you in my house? Oh, I see you've got a fishing rod. Colin will be pleased. And it works better than you think it would, right? Well, have a good one. I mean, it took me a while to figure out, but we got there. Hi, Colin. Oh, you got it. I hope you like it. Aren't you off to work today, Edward? Hey, I got a slingshot.
Edward has a slingshot. Whoa.
Whoa, you had enough money to buy it, Edward? Preparations complete. I'm just gonna read this kid's voice like a robot.
Okay, wow, this is great. Let's see how powerful that slingshot is. Hit the targets and those scarecrows.
I can't believe you two brats are so obsessed about this. Just shows that you're little boys, what little boys you both still are. These two idiots will never shut up about it, so I guess you'll have to show them, Edward. Ooh, why isn't this reversed? How come my normal is reversed, but this isn't?
Whoa, you hit it. You hit it.
Looked at the manual on the sword, said it's easier to hit nearby targets if you press ZL when you're aiming. I thought you weren't interested, Beth. Mallow's got a TTS voice. Oh god. Don't aim at the children. I might get in trouble for that. It's a different setting. Okay, I have to fix this. This is god-awful. Can I fix it mid quest here? Oh, aim. Oh. Oh no. Air and water control. But not... Well, that's a bummer because it's so bad. Whoa, amazing, Edward. Oh, thanks, Edward.
Gee, you really are amazing, Edward.
By the way, Edward, were you expecting Colin's dad to bring something by here? Because he did.
Oh yeah, that's right. What was that anyway?
I command you to tell us. Yeah, I would really like to be able to fix... That's not inverted, so... Well, that's a bummer. Oh, I didn't even see you there. Hello, how are you? Hog. Got a wooden sword. Fight me, children. Oh my, isn't that a wooden sword, Edward?
Oh, she's right. Hey, can I see it for a sec? Seriously, lately these monkeys have been coming out of the woods and playing tricks on us. We want to get them good. Come on, teach us how to use a sword. Yes. Alright, first off, we want to see that move. The slice. You just swing with B, right? Wow, a horizontal slice. Was that it? Was it?
I don't know. What do you think?
I think I've seen you do a vertical slice before, too, by pressing Z while Z targeting.
B while Z targeting. Ooh. Shadow, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Much, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well, Shadow. Going to Games for Love. Thank you so much. Can't wait for the orange slice. I don't know what they're saying. Yeah, do the stab. Okay, there you go. Oh, Edward, just amazing. Since you're at it, while you're at it, how about show us that other move? You know, the little twirly thing you do. I love that. What do you call it? A spin attack? Like it's hard to do. Briefly hold B and release. Oh, wow. Thanks, Edward. I'm sorry to have wasted your time with these little brats when you must be tired from doing all the important stuff you do.
Hey, wait, you gotta show us the jump attack before you go. You know, the one where you go, yeah, and leap through the air?
You mean the one where you just hold ZL and press A? Oh, yeah. Real tough.
Whoa.
Alright. Congrats. We now know how to use a sword. Good luck gaming and fundraising. Thank you so much, Shadow. Thank you so much for the donation. Truly appreciated. Listen to the streamer's controller inputs. Thankfully, that shouldn't be an issue with this.
Thanks, Edward. So, I get it, kinda, maybe not. So, this means that any time one of those naughty monkeys shows up... Ah!
Monkey!
Come here, you.
Hope you're doing good today, Shadow. Thank you again. Alright, Bella. Oh, I was gonna talk to you, but, Hallow and Mallow went chasing like crazy people after that monkey. I can't keep up with those two. Monkey. Hey, kid. Hello.
Whoa.
An Ordonian. Hey, guy. What's up, future? How are you? Twilight already, that's right. Listen, I'm not sure you should be wandering around the woods without a lantern. Just because it's daylight doesn't mean it's safe. There are a ton of caves, dank spots around here that get pretty dark, even in the middle of the day. Nice hat, thank you. It's for charity. It's all that matters. I look like an idiot for a cause. Here, go on, guy. Take this. Ooh, free lantern. You got the lanterns. Must be for lighting dark places. You don't say. You won't be able to use it without oil, so make sure to refill it. See, I sell lantern oil here. I'm trying to drum up sales by giving away free lanterns. It's a business tactic, guy. As long as you've got oil to fuel your lantern, you can light your way to set fire to stuff. They're the best. Go on, guy. Try setting fire under the big pot. '90s business tactic. That's right. See? It's on fire, guy. Yeah, you keep using that lantern anytime you feel the need, and if it runs out of oil, you come see me to get it refilled. Put it away, Link. Thank you for the Triforce Tuesday command. You guys can still see the incentive sheets and games list and everything else. Do I need a brownie refill yet? Not yet. I need to get ice cream. You hungry, guy? If you want some soup, feel free to have as much as you like. But I don't know if you'll like it, so don't blame me if you get sick. Sounds lovely. Thanks so much. It's soup season. I'm shifting into soup mode. So that's what his soup does. It just kills you. How's the oil level on your lantern? For just 20 rupees, I can either fill a lantern or an empty bottle. Just fill my bottle, why not? Are you doing it? Okay, that was a weird interaction, but thanks. There's... Follow me. We got seeds. Come on, Link. Oh, can we just not? We can't bring Epona. Oh, I'm going into a cave, aren't I? Alright, later, Epona. Have a good day. I mean, Bella. You found a play wooden sword. It's Talos. Oh no, he's dead. What a gamer. I genuinely don't even remember which way I came from. Yiders. In front of the chest, please. Ooh, I'm rich. Ouch. I hope that when I die, I just explode. That would be cool. Forest Temple ahead. Got enough lantern oil? If not, stop at Trills. Quite a surprise for anyone when you kick the bucket. That would be fantastic. I just exploded. Yo, Rube, thank you so much for 26 months, dude. Going towards our Breath of the Wild 100% playthrough. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Nice hat. Thanks, Nico. I don't regret anything. Working from home? Nice. How's the job treating you? Going great so far? That's wonderful. Great to hear. Not like a bomb, just a puff of smoke and light. Did Beach just explode? That would be fantastic. Gary, thank you so much for the 3 months. Really appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today.
Rock love.
Thank you so much. It's also going towards our Breath of the Wild 100% playthrough if you guys want to see that. But more importantly today, we're raising money for charity, which is why I'm wearing a hat. And we've already reached incentives for chat to pick a Casual Friday game for me and to pick a Halloween costume for me. Halloween actually happens to fall on a Tuesday, so we'll be doing Halloween Triforce Tuesday, and you guys can come up with some costume for me to wear for that. Hope you're doing well today, Jerry. Appreciate you. Hope everybody's doing good today. Exclamation Charity. We're raising money for Games for Love. today. Ooh, we got a heart piece. The first of many. Holy moly, I'm still on my first Breath of the Wild playthrough. Might be the slowest player ever. I have 100% of that game twice. It's something. I'm still working on Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't played it in a couple months now, though. I put between 200 and 300 hours into Breath of the Wild. I put way more than that. I put an absurd amount of time into Breath of the Wild. Ooh, a hype train is close. But yes, exclamation charity, please share. Ooh, we have 69 subs. Nice. Please share the link with anybody you guys can. Seriously, it would mean a lot. I only have so much reach. I'm not a very big streamer. I can only tell so many people about it. So if you share the link, it would really mean a lot, and you could really help out a good cause. Thank you to those of you who have donated, or to those of you who have spread the word. There are community incentives like this hat, and like I mentioned, picking a casual Friday game, picking a Halloween costume, and there's also individual incentives. Well, an individual incentive for the highest donor at the end of stream, and a giveaway at the end of stream as well. All right. I thought I completely sourced the Southeast Quadrant. Oh, scoured, excuse me. I thought I completely scoured the Southeast Quadrant of Hyrule, then looked online, found I had actually missed 2 shrines, both behind bombable rocks. My mouth was agape. They're hidden so well. Not a big streamer, I guess you're only 5'8". I'm like 6'7". 6'7", like 275 pounds, pure muscle. I'm huge. I think Shadow gave up here. Oh, excuse me. I think Shadow gave up on Tears. He said it was too dark and horrifying. Really? My little Papillion thinks he's the world's biggest dog. Is that how it's pronounced? Did I Papillon? Papillion? I can't tell if that's an I or an L. I don't know dog breeds. I'm a dum-dum. Oh, Papillon. Oh, like the double L, like in Spanish. Got it. Papillon. Zelda 2 isn't dark and horrifying. Zelda 2 is just horrifying. It's like, oh, okay, it's French. Alright, onwards. No, I'm not. I'm not actually 6'7". I'm tiny as hell. I was just joking because most people know that I'm not. I'm 5'8" and like 140 pounds soaking wet. To be fair, there's too many dog breeds to memorize. There are a lot of dog breeds. I'm a very small dude. Smaller but heavier. I have no muscle. I have nothing. I'm just I'm also just a short lump. Joey's thrilled to be my office assistant. Aww. Good old Joey. Oh. Hey, punish the evildoers. What do you mean? What did I do? I'm on your side. Look, there's this guy. Look, I'm taking him out. Look, we're friends. Ah, hey. The evildoers are all gone? Wait, are you a customer? Oh, hey, sorry, so sorry. Please forgive me. Yeah, well, now you don't have my business, so maybe don't attack your customers. I didn't think you were big, but I did think you're tall. I'm just as tall as you, more muscly. What, 5'8", you mean? My actual height is 5'8". I'm small. And I used to work out, but I haven't. Mostly due to injury. I still am having a lot of pain in my side that I haven't gotten taken care of. So I do not have the desire to work out right now at all. But at least I had like some muscle mass at one point. I don't have that anymore. I'm just a blob. Thought I was a slim 6'3". Everybody says that like they think I'm taller than I am. No, I'm short. I'm a respectable 5'8". I put down Hyrule Warriors for a while because another game took over my off-stream life, but I'm back at it again. Then I'm playing Link's Awakening on Shadow's Game & Watch. Then the remake. Then finally I'll play Breath. There you go. I'm a bad judge of height. I thought Korf was like 6 foot. Camera makes me look tall. That's weird. It's actually especially weird because I feel like... Right, I mean, right now I have my camera at an angle where it's just my head. But I don't know, like... I don't know. I sit at a kid's desk. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is the desk I got when I was a child. I suspect you and I are the same height. Are you 5'8"? The hat adds a solid foot. It does. Now I'm 6'8". If we had never discussed this and I met you in real life, I probably would have said, "Whoa, you're short." I get that a lot. I don't care. I can't. You know, what can I do? It's my genetics. I can only blame my family. Monkey! Alright. This seems dangerous. My wife's giant. Yeah, I remember you telling me that, Gecko. I am very much not a giant. I think my dad's like 5'7" and my mom's like 5'2". So I'm taller than my dad. My brother's taller than me. It's like 5'10".
If you hadn't come, Edward, gee, me and that monkey would have gotten eaten probably. She's actually a pretty nice gal, that monkey. She tried to protect me, so we got captured together. Edward, you're not gonna mention this to my dad, are you? He's always telling me to never ever go into the forest because it's dangerous. So you really can't tell him, really? You have to promise.
Alright, later. Later, nerd. Who's calling me? Oh, Edward! My son told me Tala disappeared into the woods and had not returned. I came as soon as I heard. But it looks like you have brought him home already. How do you... What? How do you know? He just like... He was like right there. You probably... If you turned your head, you probably could have seen him. I apologize. Such a task should not fall to you. Sort of like herding goats, right? Tell me, have you noticed how strange the woods seem lately? I feel uneasy about what may lie in wait. Anyway, Edward, tomorrow is finally the day you will be departing for Hyrule. I think it is a good thing I have given this task to you. Good luck and return safely. If you are lucky, you may even get to meet Princess Zelda. No. That was a good 4 or 5 inches over her aunt and mom. No, my mom is 5'2". My dad's like 5'7", I think. I think I'm a little taller than my dad. He might not be 5'7". He might just be a slightly shorter 5'8" than me. Hey, Edward. Oh, this guy. So, almost time for you to get going, huh, Edward? So, how's about we finish up early today, bud? What do you mean? I have to do this again? This is your ranch and your job. Why must I do this every day? It seems like a you problem. Thanks for the what do you mean? You guys have missed a few already. Okay, then let's get started. My mom's whole side of... Oh, my mom's whole side... Oh, this... Oh, shoot. This is the one that's timed. Leave me alone. Start. No, shut up. Goat in. 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 Ooh, I hear a donation. Just one moment. Thank you so much, donor. Truly, truly appreciated. You are a goat. You know what I mean? Oh, you. What are you where are you? Why are you red? What do you mean? I think we're probably gonna have to start this one over. Who do we have here? Nate, thank you for the $50 donation. Nate says, yay. Thank you so much, Nate. I think that brings us... Wow. We have to eat a ghost pepper. I'll try to... I will try to record myself going out to the garden to get that. I don't know if that'll work. Thanks, Nate. We have to eat a ghost pepper. Next in line is chat picks a tattoo for me. So thank you guys so much. Thank you so much, Nate. We reached another goal here. Goat is not in. Here, I want to talk to you. Let's start over, friend. Thought I was singing Devo. No, a real tattoo. I didn't expect to hit $1,000 in donations, genuinely. I did a charity stream for 2 weeks and just barely made it over the $1,000 mark. So I thought doing $1,000 was like way out there. So that's why I put a tattoo there. But you guys will have to pick something for me if we make it to that. Thank you again so much, Nate. Exclamation charity. Please share the link with your friends and family, please. There are community incentives like picking a tattoo for me. There is an individual incentive, which is a pet portrait. I'll show off actually probably shortly again here. And there's also a giveaway at the end of stream, which we have unlocked thanks to your generosity. So make sure you're around for that. We still have some other things to take care of, like bringing Iggy on the stream, eating a ghost pepper. How did you get over here? What do you mean? Oh, you're such a jerk. Oh, now he's all... What do you... No. Relax. Shave beard? Yeah, well, again, I didn't really, like, expect to make it this far, Nummies, so... I guess I would dye it for... whatever, a couple days, and then shave it off, I guess. If we make it there. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah, so I'd like to start over. Welcome back, Nummies. No, can you stop talking to me? I'm just trying to do the work that you asked me to do. There's always one. There's always one mean goat who just won't do the thing. Don't even think about it. Am I a gamer? Did we win? Are we winning? Get in there. Where are you going? Oh, you were right next to the... Can't stay long. Have to get to work early. No worries, Nate. Thank you so much. Genuinely appreciated. Appreciate you stopping by. Appreciate the donation. I think the tattoo dyeing and shaving of the beard would happen live on stream. Oh gosh, I don't know if I could do that. Yes, I would like to start over because your dumb goats are dumb, and they're dumb, and they're dumb. If we end up breaking the top milestone, we can always add more. Tattoo is kind of pricey. It depends. I mean, obviously you guys can't pick for me to get like a sleeve. Where are you going? Why are these goats so annoying? Get in your home. You too good for your home? You are trying my patience. Sub minute. I don't know if that's what I needed to do. I think a Triforce should be in the talks. There you go, Vincent. Vincent's thinking about it. See if we get there. What do we want to see? More beardless Meech or no sunglasses Meech? What's left? Right now, everything you can see in the bottom left. If we hit 1,000, you guys pick a tattoo. If we hit 12.5, 1.25, we dye my beard. And if we hit 1.5, 1,500 bucks, then we shave the beard. All this, gone. It's all on the table. I have hair. I have hair. I have sunglasses. Yeah, 1 million? No, I think it's like 1 billion, Gecko. I think it's 1 billion Johns. It's like one point shy of 1 billion. There's no if we will rise up and hit the goals. Don't shave it. 2,000 don't shave it? Is that a... Wow, yeah, we could compete for it. Maybe that's a good idea, Nummies. You know what? Let's add that. Ooh, boy. But y'all can heard, that was 2 minutes, 3 seconds faster than usual. How about... that about wraps her up for the day. Why don't you head over to the mayor's place? Do I win anything by doing that? I guess I should have just kept going. Alright, let's take a short break here. I need to use the bathroom. And when I come back, we'll talk about some things and then continue on with Twilight Princess here. So I will be right back. Hold on just a moment, guys. Alrighty. We are back. Want it noted that if I win, just send it out to the community. Just anyone in the community. You guys do have to be here to join, though. All you have to do is type !join in the chat once we get started, or !play or something like that. You'll see. We'll do it in a little bit here. It might be because work sucks. Hopefully you're still around. I missed what he said. I guess it was like auto. Well, nice work. Thanks. I don't know if you said anything before that. The royal gift... The royal gift? Oh, the royal gift Russell told you about is ready, so you should get ready for your trip to Hyrule Castle. Now, the royal family requested this gift specifically, so it's real special. It'd be bad if the representative of Ordon were to be late for such an occasion. You get me, lad? The path before you is a long one, my sweet horse, but please bear Edward safely along it. Wait, what's this? That's her leg. What happened? She's injured, isn't she? Seems okay to me.
Edward, how could you? You were pushing Bella too hard again.
Is this what the movies are like? I don't know. I've never read the books or anything. I bet you hurt her leg jumping fences, didn't you? Now. Okay, I'm not even, it's just, I don't know. He was trying to calm her down. She got mad. How can you be so easy on him? You're the mayor. You should start acting like one. Poor thing. Basically the same as the movie, but less glitter. Is there a lot of glitter in the movie? It'll be alright, Bella. I'll take you to the forest spring right now. This dude has tusks. Yeah, it's like a mustache that looks like tusks, I guess. I guess it's supposed to be facial hair. But he's turned into tusks, which is, yeah, unsettling. Once we soothe you in the spirit springs, you'll feel better in no time. Wait, Ilya! Why, without Bella, the gift won't be delivered in time. Oh, this won't do. No idea, I just remember hearing about sparkly vampires, so I assume glitter. Alright, well, I just got robbed. I think she just robbed me of my horse. Googling sparkly vampire movie gives you Twilight. I think I saw the first two movies. Sparkly vampire movie. Edward, are you going to see Ilya? Maybe it's just me, but those guys don't normally let people through. Edward, you think we can go together to see Ilya? No! Back! Back, I say! No! Bad! Hello, Shawing. Welcome, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. This one tree has texture issues. How interesting. I don't think the other ones do. Uh-oh. Yeah, welcome in, Beckett, darling. It's Colin, my favorite video game child. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Gotta go trace about 100 cables in the wiring closet. So it's lurk mode for me. Let's keep pushing the donations higher and hit that goal. Thank you so much, Kaibosh. Thank you for your contribution as well. Really appreciate it. Good luck with your cable tracing. Just came back from a meeting. I'm hearing about sparkly vampires. Hope you're doing well today, Beckett. We're doing a charity stream today. Exclamation charity in the chat, and I'll get you the link. Please share the link, even if you can't donate. Please share the link, because you don't know what kind of impact it might make. Really, you don't. It would help tremendously if you guys share. The other day, I asked Google about an early 2000s romance movie where the couple goes on a date at a mower race. I think that's just a King of the Hill episode. Meech with Enzo from the game he doesn't like. That's right. It's for charity, Chong. For charity. It knew what I wanted? What was it, Gecko? My God, have mercy on your soul. I don't know anything about Twilight. It seems weird that vampires would sparkle. I agree, Future. F's in the chat for Kaibosh. Twilight Princess is my comfort game. It's such a good game, Beckett. Such a good game. It has since become underrated, which is wild. People tend to hate on this game for no reason. Be back in about 90 minutes. No soul left. The users killed it long ago. Oh no.
Hey, we've been waiting for you, you know, Edward. Yesterday was so much fun. Yeah, chasing that monkey was great.
Chasing that monkey? Isn't that like a term for drug use or something? Oh, that's Chase the Dragon. I don't know. Chase the Monkey sounds like it could be used for something wrong.
I was just telling Mallow here about how we wanted to show it to him, but we let it go instead.
Oh, you didn't get caught, Kamatalo?
Colin, way to spoil everything by telling your dad. Nice job.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We got scolded by our dad something awful. I thought I was never going to end. I misread that, don't pay attention.
I bet you're trying to see Ilya, aren't you? Well, there's no way I'm gonna let you pass. Oh, hey, neat, Edward. Let me borrow that wooden sword. If I had a wooden sword yesterday, I could have handled it all alone. Definitely. Come on, let me borrow that wooden sword right now.
Sorry, kid.
What? Why not? It's okay, just let me borrow it. Look, we're never gonna let you leave here until you tell us we can borrow it, Edward.
Yeah, well. Oh, really? We're gonna have to go through this.
Make Edward let us borrow that sword.
Sheesh, you are my brother, Kamatello. But that's pretty low.
Come on, be a pal, Edward. I'll take really good care of it, so let me borrow your wooden sword.
Sure, whatever. It'll speed this up.
Whoa, yes! With this thing, I'll show him.
He just, like, immediately pokes his eye out. Edward, thanks. Those guys are always teasing me. What's so fun about swinging something like that around anyway? I hate it. It's scary. But when I grow up, I'm gonna be just like you, Edward. I don't want to learn about swords or anything, but could you teach me how to ride a horse sometime? Can you? You have to promise. Alright, later, kid. Why am I surrounded by children? People hate on Twilight? They do. You aren't gonna let me leave? I'm twice your size and armed. What exactly are you gonna do? Very true. Well, I just got robbed of my horse and my sword. So, this is shaping up to be an awesome day for Dwight. Hey, give me my horse. How'd you get in there? Edward. You came to take Bella back, you can forget it. Why don't you think about what you've done for a change? I won't open the gate until you change your attitude. Well, what if I snuck in? Who's saying this? Ilya, you don't know what happened yesterday? Oh, it's Colin. Listen, I don't know if she'll listen to me, but let me try to explain about Tallow and the monkey, okay? You crawl in the hole through the tunnel in the back while I do, Edward. Yeah. I'll be here for a few minutes, gotta leave for school. No worries, Sean. Thank you for stopping in. Make sure you guys share the charity link with anybody you're able to. Really appreciate it. Share with my D&D friends in Discord. No guarantees, but it's out there. And that's all I can ask for. I don't need guarantees. Just the fact that you guys are willing to share really helps out and really means a lot. And hopefully somebody will decide to donate. I think people didn't like the author of Twilight. I can't even tell you who wrote Twilight. I think it was Mark Twain, right? I had no idea. I hadn't heard of the details about Tallow's capture. But Colin... Stephanie Mayer? That name doesn't even ring a bell, like even a little. So you still prefer your master over me, huh, Bella? Hello. I would read Mark Twain's Twilight. Head/desk. You didn't... You can't possibly think I was being serious, Avon. Jesus. I'm guessing based on old pictures in my memory. I'm so tired of people getting upset about stuff. Just enjoy the thing or don't. I don't think it's just me. Yeah, it's true. Very true. Just like this game. I don't Like I was mentioning, like I don't understand why people have to be so negative about it. Don't worry about your horse, Edward. Fortunately, looks like the injury isn't too serious. You two can go on together. Wow, thanks for your permission. But Edward, can you at least promise me this? No matter what happens on your journey, don't try to do anything out of your league, please. Like you? Heyo. It's an adult joke, guys. It's an adult joke. Why is she... It's not about me thinking you're serious, it's about half lurking while at work and then suddenly hearing something so crazy that I need to respond. Young Miss Bella Swan found herself in a right peculiar predicament, much like a catfish wriggling in a shallow puddle. She'd up and moved to Forks, a town as quiet as a possum playing possum, thinking she'd avoid all the fuss and feathers of high school life. But that feller, Edward Cullen, done thrown a wrench in her plans, and a strange one at that. The hypocrisy? Wait, who's a hypocrite? Me? What did I do? I don't even remember. Why am I... I don't know what I did. Just come home safely. No, it's the opening paragraph to Mark Twain's Twilight. Redneck Cliff Notes written by ChatGPT. You guys are funny. Oh, meanwhile, Link's dead. ChatGPT writing the Twilight in the style of Mark Twain. I think Mark's nickname was like Choo Choo or something, right? Mark Choo Choo Twain. Twainified. Samwise Orange? What is that? Wait, I still want to know who's a hypocrite. Am I the hypocrite? Because I don't know what I did. Or is Ilya the hypocrite? Oh my god. You guys. What's happening? Oh, I'm dead. Cool. I'm a wolf. And I'm a dead wolf. GG. Please select a tip on my faceplate. I think the hypocrisy comes from putting Twain and Twilight in the same sentence. 10, 15, 20, or wolf. Do you want to save? Sure. This playthrough's gonna take me so much longer because of talking to chat. They start with T, but the similarities end there. Oh, good. I'm a wolf, and I'm imprisoned as well. That's cool. Ugh. Let me out. They're both followed by W. True. Hello? I found you. Thanks, Charlie, for the hello. Similarities now probably stop there. Ooh, aren't you scary? Are you sure you don't want? Are you sure you want to be doing that, snarling and glaring at me? Well, that's too bad. I was planning on helping you if you were nice. That's so much better. You humans are obedient to a fault, aren't you? Oops, but you aren't a human anymore, are you? You're a beast. It's best girl. There. You be a good boy and calm down. No need to bite. Doing. Hog. I wish I had that power. You look kind of surprised. So, I bet you're wondering, where exactly are we? Well, I'll make you a deal. If you can get over here, maybe I'll tell you. I feel that. I feel that. Come on, what's the matter with you? Get over here now. If you can't force your way out, why don't you see if there's some kind of hole you can squeeze through? I mean, places like this are always full of holes, right? Whole playthrough waiting on Midna to say listen. He hasn't been properly introduced yet. Oh, spoilers. I guess you're not completely stupid after all. Listen, I like you, so I think I'll get you out of here. But in exchange for my help, you have to do exactly as I say. If you need anything from me, just press L to give me a sign. So, are we clear? Good. Now come on, get moving. I don't know who saw, who noticed, but we've got our buddies behind me. Ooh, nice rupee count. Midna, what do I do? Did I say best rupee count? Nice rupee count. Look at the bottom right. Can you see it? Yeah, you guys can see it. Hey! Oh, well. Want to see something interesting? You're a beast, remember? Press X to hone your senses and poke around. Oh my god. Who are you? Oh, can't run away further. That's far enough, right? I'll be safe here, I think. What was that noise? Don't anything come near me. Some soldier. That was a soldier's spirit. Maybe it's someone from the other world. There are lots of other spirits roaming about here. You know, hone your senses with X to see them. They might know things. They might. Hyrule soldiers are so weak. That is very true. Very true. I'm rich. They're in it for the perks mentioned by the recruiter. I doubt you're used to your new body yet, so I'll just tell you. Think about how you fought enemies in your human form. Just because your shape has changed doesn't mean your instincts have as well. But I thought I had wolf instincts. I thought that was a good thing. Nothing good in here. Hello. What are these black things? Where are they coming from? And how do we get out of here? You sorry human being. Nada. Look at this one. What are those black monsters? I've never seen anything like them. Fall down. I'm rich. Oh, we ruined the rupee count. I didn't even realize. Hey, get back here. This way, over here. I'll be waiting for you, but you have to help yourself for a change. No, I don't want to. You help myself. Please. I already talked to you. Yes. Where did I come from? Over there. What are you doing? Do you ever just try looking down? I mean, like, over here? First donation to 1,000 gets to pick the tat. The community gets to pick it. You guys can decide on something together. Please, I am but a lowly soldier. Please, someone save me from these evil creatures. Ah! Tat am I hoping for? I don't know. Hopefully something nice. Hee. Aw, did the detour tire you out, little wolf? By the way, are you using X to hone your senses like you should? Yes, I am, actually. Looks like spears in here. They're all soldiers. Where in the world could we be? Hee. You want out of here, right? Okay, we're off. Hopefully something nice that I don't regret. Think a rupee? It's up to you guys. I don't know how many artists we have around. Somebody could design it. Pick something that would be easy to find online. We could just have an idea and let the tattoo artist design it. There's all kinds of possibilities. Thank you so much for the follow. I like your name. Hope you're doing well. Oh no, Midna! What are you doing? What are you doing? Meech Marine is the tat we all need. Future, thank you so much for the gifted sub to JDub. Future, you get a Pokemon pack opening. We haven't had one of those in a long time. Gifted sub going towards our 100% Breath of the Wild playthrough. Also gets a Pokemon pack opening. And also... Oh, well, the counter didn't go up, but I think it should. It's also going towards our Zelda CDI on original hardware playthrough. I think we keep fluctuating numbers, so I think we're kind of stuck at a nice number here, but thank you so much, Future. That's really, really nice of you. Huge fan of American traditional tattoos, so Mega Man in that style would be dope. That would be kind of cool. Trash Polka Mega Man 2? I guess I have to do everything for you. Look, I'll show you the small ledges. So just ZL target me, and I'll press A to jump. And press A to jump where I am. There we go. Bam. Trash Polka would be sweet. Whatever you guys decide. It's funny because it's funny that like Mega Man's in the discussion just because I had never played a Mega Man game in my life until I started streaming. And now I'm in like a world record hunt, which is wild. Great. Walk the tightrope. Mega Man 2 on the Game Boy. Kind of like the Meech Marine idea. Zelda related would be good. Or you could just pick the most bizarre thing in the world. It'd be like a hot dog. Don't make it a hot dog. Please. Full color Western decadence version on the NES. Hot dog rush. So, you know where we are yet? Eehee. I do. I know where we are. Do you guys know where we are? I didn't even realize it was 69. We've fluctuated 3 times. This is the 3rd time we've hit 69 today. What rush is chasing a hot dog? I think I would have to decline the hot dog. I really don't want a hot dog tattoo on my body. Wolf butt. Thank you again, Future. An avocado? It's like what? Just there's so much food that I don't eat that I could get tattooed on my body. I really don't want a food tattoo. It's like the thing I care least about in life. So we were finally able to get out. And look at the sky. Isn't the black cloud of Twilight looking beautiful today? Do you know where this is? You still don't know? Look, there's someone I want to introduce you to, but I'll need you to go to that tower to do it. Okay, I believe you. Tattoo of your Discord link. What's wrong with you guys? A QR code. On the back of my neck? I just got a tattoo on the back of my neck. It wouldn't fit. I just got a brand new one back there. So there are even spirits up here, huh? The whole spirit thing is pretty new to you, isn't it? Even though these guys can see the monsters, they don't know a thing about you. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check it out? Use X to hone your fine senses. Hey, idiot. What? What are those monstrous birds? What in the world is happening here? Oh, our poor Hyrule Castle. It would fit inside. I'm not putting a QR code inside of my Dollar Horse tattoo. That wasn't the person I wanted you to meet, by the way. Well, let's just try to get to that tower. Okay. Well, I wanted to push it. Can I not push it? Come at me, bro. I'm just gonna speedrun this later. Oh. Okay, that's not what I intended to do there. Do a dumper emote on your dumper. I mean, I didn't really, like, think about letting you guys choose the location, just the tattoo. I think I should have free will to choose my location. And I love the sounds in this game. Thing is so ominous. Look, just a little further. Leave me alone. Later, nerds. Time for me to leave for school. Hope to see you when I'm back. If not, good luck on the charity and Twilight Princess. Thank you so much, Shaw, and thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. Have a good day at school. Hello? Wait, rupees? Am I rich? Oh, just hearts.
Who is it? Who's this? Who is this?
It's Ganon, isn't it? Who are you? Piggy? Aragorn? Midna? Now we know her name. You remembered my name? What an honor for me. So, should I do... I guess we should just dive right in, huh? So this is the one for whom you were searching. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess he'll do. This is close to where you stop playing, maybe a bit after. Were you imprisoned? His name is Strider. I'm sorry. Poor thing, he has no idea what this is, or where this is, or what's happened. So don't you think you should explain to him what you've managed to do? You owe him that much. Twilight Princess.
She said the name. She said the name of the game. That's what we're playing. Cool. Listen carefully. This was once the land where the power of the gods was said to slumber. This was once the kingdom of Hyrule. But that blessed kingdom has been transformed by the king that rules the Twilight or whatever. It has been turned into a world of shadows ruled by creatures who shun the light.
Oh gosh. Do I have to read an entire cutscene in her voice? Because I don't want to do that. You gotta finish your drink. Chug, chug, chug. I think I'm out of here. I'll chug the rest. Is it considered chugging if you do it through a straw? Oh! You guys paying attention? You seeing what's happening here? Following the story? It's slurping? Not touching that? It's like a community violation. Don't know what voice to give him. I do give a lot of villains a Hank Hill voice for absolutely no reason. But I don't want to do that. It is time for you to choose surrender or die. Oh yes, a question for all the land of and people of Hyrule. Life or death? Is it a Rito? I don't know. You gotta find out. It's not. Surrender. Weak. All of you are weak. I believe this is Zelda talking again. Twilight covered Hyrule like a shroud, and without light the people became its spirits. If Link was there, it wouldn't go down like that. Within the Twilight they live on, unaware that they have passed into spirit forms. All the people know now is fear. Fear of a nameless evil. Sound like Tammy from Bob's Burgers, yeah. The kingdom succumbed to the Twilight, but I remain its princess. Or something. It's me. Hi. I'm the problem, it's me. I'm Zelda. You don't have to look so sad. We actually find it quite livable. I mean, is perpetual twilight really all that bad? Minna, this is no time for levity. The shadow beasts have been searching for far and wide for you. Why is this? Why indeed? You tell me. Hehe. Let me thank you for the beat stretch and the water break. You should smile more, Zelda. Time has grown short. The guard will soon make his rounds. I like your cloak, it looks comfy. You must leave here quickly. Now, where's my hug? Oh no. That's so wrong. Oh, you play with fire, you get burnt? Alright, later, nerd. Good talking to you. Fire bad. Toxic Link. Not that way. The guard's coming. Boy, he's prompt. Well, do you understand where we are now? I guess a promise is a promise, so I'll let you get back to where you first tumbled into Twilight. But are you really sure you should be going back? Are you sure you aren't forgetting anything important? Frightening. Do you want to save them? Well, in that case, little Midna would be happy to help you. But, well, you'd have to be my servant. And like a servant, you'd have to do exactly as I say. Why don't you go back, take a little time, and give it some thought? Oh no, I have no choice. Alright, later, Midna. Get Lego, dog boy. Oh no. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention one thing. So you may have left the Darkened Realm. You haven't transformed back to your former self. And you won't anytime soon. Now, why could that be? See you later. Okay, bye. Thanks for the help. Alright, that's going to be a good place to pause. Okie dokie. Let's take a break here. Are we good? I still have radio playing. I do. Let's get rid of the radio so you guys can hear the game. I have a book of hummingbirds, but is misplaced at the moment. Resume Sesame. Alright, Edward. I will be eating a ghost pepper. I just am not sure exactly when you guys want me to do that. So we'll figure that out. I am a wolf. Stuck in the real world. So, what next? Hehehe. Did you think I'd disappeared? Listen, there's another thing I forgot to tell you. Don't think you can just run off and save your friends, because you can't. Just beyond the bridge, the land is covered in twilight. Last time, a shadow beast pulled you through the curtain of twilight. But, if you want to go that way this time, you'll need the cooperation from someone... Excuse me, you'll need the cooperation of someone from the twilight, like me. You really have no choice but to do what I say. Saving your friends and all that, well, that'll depend on your actions. Because you never can trust words, you know. Right now, I want a sword and a shield that'll suit me. You do understand me, don't you? So, what do you plan to do while you're here dawdling? Excuse me, is that spelled incorrectly? Am I dumb? Is it dawdling? I thought it was dwaddling. Huh. The twilight continues to expand. Come on, hurry it up. I'm having an identity threat. That is correct. I thought it was DWA. Interesting. Today I learned. From cable tracing to meetings, today sucks. I see we hit 1K. Nicely done. Let's push it even higher. Thank you so much, Kibosh. Good luck with your meetings. We did hit 1K, which means my community gets to pick a tattoo for me. It also means at some point, meeting a ghost pepper, which I have in front of me, and I just need to decide when we're doing that. Or you guys need to decide.
Wait.
Thank you for taking care of those bad guys. They made both the village and forest a mess. They kidnapped the village children. But I know you're not one of them. I can tell because you smell like the trees of Ordon. If you run into any trouble, try talking to the animals. We animals understand one another, so you'll be alright. Bye. Bye, little squirrel. That's me! That's my spirit animal. Eat it when you get to Ganon or the next boss. I don't... How fast do you think I can play this game 100%? I don't know that we'll complete the first dungeon today. Oh, how did it come to this? The children, please say nothing's happened. Please forgive your good-for-nothing father. I mean, that would be funny. That would be funny. Like, either nothing wrong with a personal variant was pronouncing most of the Pokemon wrong. My friend just kept trying to correct me. Like, just let it go. I don't think I'm ever gonna get these right. But I mean, Pokemon, at least that's like fictional. You know? Not like a dictionary word. Hello. Huh? Fresh face, huh? You're a sharp one to realize that you needed to come introduce yourself to me. If you want to know anything about this town, I can tell you. What do you say?
Tell me.
Let me tell you. This is usually a quiet little village, but there was a bit of ruckus today. A ruckus, you say? If you gotta know, monsters attacked the village and made off with the little brats. You look a bit like a monster yourself. If you're gonna be hanging around town, you may want to stay out of the sight of people. But if I attack you... Hello. Whoa, you stink like the guy from the ranch. You didn't eat him, did you? Huh? Your friend? Audio's all good for you guys, right? Oh, about the shield.
Hey, not so loud.
I want a shield. Sounds great. Thank you so much, Eric.
I came to it as we discussed.
Don't know how close I need to get. I checked as we discussed. Is there something odd with the game sound? The water in particular seems to go in and out. I can't hear that. I mostly hear my fan right now. So, that shield is still in your house, right? Yeah, it should be on our storage loft. Good, go grab it, quick as you can. Russell got wounded pretty bad, so he can't search for the kids. I'll take over for him. But Russell has a sword mare, and he still got hurt. If you're unarmed, you're done for. I'll be fine. The sword we were going to present to the royal family should still be in Russell's house. Oh yeah? Alright, I understand, Mayor. I'll hurry up and get that shield. You just wait here. Oh good, run! I think the sound is spatial, so it goes in and out as the character turns. Not a bad bit of information you heard, huh? Ooh. Nintendo Natalie! Thank you for the $10 donation. No message, but thank you so much, Natalie. Truly, truly appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Avon. Seems to be in intervals. Something's wrong. Definitely let me know. Ah, look at that open window. This village is full of idiots. So... we should jump up there. But from where? How are you, Natalie? Thank you so much for the donation. The games for love. Monster! You've returned for more, haven't you? My daughter, return her and take this! Uh-oh. Might be the acknowledgement of the text that is causing it to go low for a second. I thought animals were on my side. Oops. Sounds like there should be a shield at the house with the water wheel. Sneak in there and take it, will you? I know, I know. Hey, that guy up there. Don't just ignore him, do something. Do something. Oh, stop. You know? I don't believe I can get out. Oh yes I can. Hi kitty kitty kitty. Were you attacked by that hawk? You're no match for him. I'm sorry, that person calling the hawk is my master's husband. You sneak up from behind and scare him, meow. You don't say. Oh my gosh, Midna. Yes, yes, yes. No. Let's get up on the roof from here and scare that guy. Look at him posing like he's all important. Wait until he sees us. Hope things are going well, Natalie. Thank you again. Boo! Whoa! Idiot. Ooh, free pumpkins. No worries, not. Hee found it, found it. Nice jump. Can I not make that jump? Yes, I can. The heck? Give me the shield. All good. Had a flu shot today. Nice. I'm hanging in there, Natalie. Thank you for asking. Same old, same old. I got a shield. A wooden shield. Looks kind of cheap. Alright then. Next is a sword. Hurry up and get one. Do I leap up here? Who knows? Cute dog got on the train, life's good. That's good to hear. Hello to the cute dog. What was that sound? The children could not have returned, could they? I must go out and search one last time. You get inside the house. I placed the sword that was to be our gift to Hyrule on the couch. If the mayor comes for it, please give it to him. Each of you have the time for a short web series and are interested in a show that focuses on the Legend of Zelda, look for the Legend of Neil. Sure. Can you post that in the Discord possibly, Avon? Because I will absolutely forget. But darling, your injuries. I'm gonna go get your sword. Thanks, Avon. Definitely take a look at that. Sounds like fun. Legend of Neil. Neil Diamond? Beast, I have found you. And? Oh, that's and. If I just walk around you. Oh, you're so angry. To humans, this must seem like just an average country town, but to us it's paradise. You should take a good look around this town. I can see stuff sparkling. Whether or not you can, it's up to the quality of your X senses. Yeah. Rivet. I didn't think anyone would come calling, so I haven't thought of anything to say. Sorry. How about you, Mr. Rooster and or Miss Chicken? Ah, to be a wolf on a night when the moon rises high. Beautiful. Tell me, is your true form a human who is not currently in the town? Nah, just teasing. You're lucky. Sharp in X senses. Your soft-looking coat. Lovely. Every time there's an old man giving you something in Zelda games, I think of the old man from that show. Old man gives out wood sword. Neil goes, "This thing is crap." Old man says, "Screw you. I made that crap and it's free." My favorite celebrity named Neil? Neil Little. I don't know if he could count as celebrity status. You got the Ordon sword. The sword is crafted by Russell, the best swordsman in Ordon, as a tribute to the royal family. Alright, so now you have a sword. Looks like you can actually be useful when you concentrate. Alright, no more detours. I'm going to take you back into the Twilight. Scheduling a home check for a potential pupper, which should happen this weekend. Awesome, Roop. Good luck. Good luck to you. Go back to the woods where you first transformed into that shape. Shadow confirmed he has not given up on Tears, just taking it very slow. I haven't played it in 2 months. I'm also taking it insanely slow. Yeah, well, what did he play? Like 3 games with the Flyers? Phantom's goalie. Calder Trophy winner. Took 2 to 3 months off. I took at least 2 months off. Seems we all did. Alright, off we go. Too many other games, plus real life is getting in the way. So the only games that I ever play are on stream. It's just too much for me to stream almost full time and then go to play board games offline. I just don't want to be staring at screens that long. Speaking of which, how long have I streamed? 4.5. Got another 3 hours, 3.5 hours. I'm gonna try to make it an 8-hour stream. Just make sure that you guys share the donation link, please. You'll sound like a broken record, but let people know. I mean, I haven't gotten a raid or anything. Like, let people know what we're doing here, you know? Would really help out. Wait. Come. My spring. You have been transformed by the power of shadow. Come to me. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Beware the shadow being. It approaches. They basically come and inspect the yard and the inside to make sure it's a safe environment for a dog. Oh, excuse me. I think you said that you had to get your fence fixed, right, Rube? Bet when I start playing Breath, Shadow will get back into tears. Probably. Got it fixed on Friday. Nice. Oh, we didn't learn the cool move yet. Oh, brave youth. Are you gonna kill me? I am one of 4 light spirits that protect Hyrule. At the behest of the gods, I am Ordana. The black beast you slayed was a shadow being. It had come to seize the power of the Tyrene. Fantastic. My brethren in Hyrule have already had their light stolen by these fell beasts. The entire kingdom has been reduced to another world ruled by the cursed powers of darkness. Dope. The blight will not stop with Hyrule. Before long, the entire world of light will fall into the hands of the king who rules the Twilight. Save this land from the king of Twilight. The lost light must be recovered. The 3 light spirits who have lost their light must be revived. Okay. The dog I'm interested in is an older Grand Pyrenees. She's pure. Smokey was a mix. Should be bigger and fluffier. Aww. There is but one who can revive them and redeem this land. You.
Me?
You still have not discovered your true power. Those transformed by Twilight usually cannot recover their original forms. Unless... if you were to return to Farron Woods... Excuse me, where you were first transformed, and if you were to revive the Light Spirit. There, by the power of the Light Spirit, you may find the means to regain your other state of being. Hog! Can I do that? Let's do that. I think that's a good idea. Here we go. Hey, look. Farron Woods that you know so well, they're covered in Twilight now. You might not be able to come back here, but do you still want to go?
Yep.
Oh my god. So these are the weapons you use in your world. Really think this thing can slay the creatures of Twilight? Well, I won't use these, but I'll hang on to them for you. They can be a challenge, but they're wonderful dogs, properly trained and socialized. Smokey seemed like such a good dog. All right, a promise is a promise. I trust you enough to help. In exchange for my help, though, I need you to gather some things for me. Look, I can't tell you all the details now, but it'll be easy, trust me. But enough about that. Do you hear that noise? It's the lamentation of the spirit that had its light stolen. Where in the world could it be? He was a nightmare when you first got him, really? Better get going, don't you think? Don't blame me for your world's fate if you don't hurry up and find that light. Come on, snap to it. Well, then you did an excellent job, Rube. Is this where I learn? This might be where I learn. Aw, we're pendant again. Who do they think they're dealing with? No need to take these little pests one at a time. You can take them on all at once. So you can handle this by yourself, can't you? Good luck. Bye. Just kidding. It doesn't work. It doesn't work, guys. Bad guys probably don't like being thrown out into the ground like that. Here we go. What's the holdup? If you leave the last one alive, it's just going to use the shriek to bring the others back. Listen, let me help you out here. Just move like I tell you. If you just hold down B, I'll expand the energy field so it enclose all the enemies within it and release. Okay. Come here, everybody. Let's have a party. Guess what? You're all dead. They definitely didn't voluntarily jump out of the portal. I mean, they seem to want to kill me, so I guess it's okay for them. Thanks, Midna. I want to go this way. Parts. Okay, not missing anything. Good to go. Guy's been a terrible office assistant. He's just sleeping. Hello. Please be careful. These woods have changed. The dark clouds of dusk cover this land. This drape of shadows is called Twilight. In this twilight, those who live in the light become mere spirits, become as mere spirits. It is a place where the dark ones and evil creatures dwell. I am a spirit of light. Blue-eyed beast. That's me! Look for my light. Retrieve the light stolen by the dark beasts and keep it in this vessel. Getting his 23 hours a day. You got the Vessel of Light. It's crucial to collecting the Tears of Light. If you fill it with Tears of Light, you will be able to cut through the twilight and return normal light to this place. To see these evils that hold the Tears of Light, Use your X senses. Okay. In the shadows of twilight, the dark insects are as invisible as normal beings are here. Let me use the last of my power to reveal the locations of the dark insects that consume the light. There they are. We gotta go get them. Find the insects of darkness. Dark insects, they are the form taken by evil, once it is latched onto our scattered light. Alright, bye! Let's go collect some bugs. There they are. Scooch. Easy game. Your dogs wake up second time somewhere around 10 a.m. and move to the living room and promptly go back to sleep. Must be nice to be a pet. Well, I guess not in every case, but a well-loved pet. Can you dig? Forest Temple Path, pitch dark ahead. Parties interested in going forward must first go this way. Looks like we can get in there. Let's get in there. Sounds like a good idea. What's with these bugs? These things aren't normal. So big, so weird, so creepy. Come on, get away, bugs. Shoot, get out of here. Got him. This is a lender that must be run by the oldest people. They don't want inspectors texting their borrowers to schedule appointments. Sometimes text is the only way to reach someone. That is a very boomer thing. Oh, what? They just died? Oh boy, I have no idea what's going around here. Maybe you're an idiot. All right. Correspondence via Pony Express. I did a research paper on the Pony Express when I was about 13 years old, I think. It was like a 15-page paper that, to my knowledge, was put in the Pony Express Museum. Like my claim to fame. I have no idea if it's still there or not. Alright, Midna. Oi. Jeez, Midna yawns and I yawn. I get the feeling that this area is more dangerous than that. Let me just say this. Don't try to head into that fog without looking around carefully, okay? Yeah, I was hoping that you were going to help me out, but I guess we're just going to have to take a leap of faith here. It didn't go well. Now, see, that's what I was warning you about. I'm telling you. I don't think we're going to get through here too easy. So, what do? Well, again, I was hoping that you were going to help. I guess it's not from this position. Over here. Over here. Ah, here it is. There, let's cross over there. Thanks, dude. Get over here, man. Alright. Making progress. These jumps actually are not free, by the way. You can screw these up and fall. That goes for any section where you're doing this with Midna. If you mistime it, or you're... I think it's mostly mistiming. If you mistime the jumps, you can fall. And you have to do them again. Oi! Get over here. Why are you so fast? Stop it! Die! Are you joking? Where'd you go? How are you... There. Easy game. Haven't got to meet the puppy yet. Money. First try. Every try. That's right, Gecko. Oh, Gecko! Guess what? Oh gosh! Yo, Sweet Weeby, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Thank you for the kind words. Oh no. Love the elf hat. You gotta do what you gotta do for charity, right? So Sweet Weeby is actually one of the people that helped me get started with this charity. So shout outs to them. Thank you so much. We are doing our best here. I'm guessing, but I don't think I missed anything. So Pool Float and Caddy found the Nerds gummy things and got them for me. They each got me one flavor. Oh, and there's Nummies. I was going to tell Nummies, too. The Nerds are so good. They are delicious. I'm a big fan. I hope you're doing well today, Sweet Weeby. Thank you for stopping in. Trill's shop. Trill's gone. Yes, a blue and a red bag. I've got one of each. Easy game. What a gamer. Someone help me? Monkey! Boy, lucky for me, ever since the boss went funny in the head, there've been scary monsters everywhere. Those village kids got led through the woods for some reason. Thanks for the monkey. Really helps the stream. Which did I like more? That's a good question. I think maybe the blue, the berry one. I'm a sucker for, like, berry candy. The whole forest is so weird now. What's happened? Don't worry. I'll save you. The vessel of light is full of tears, and light has returned to this area. What about you guys? Which ones did you like more? I love blue flavored candy like berry, blue raspberry, any blue. Me too. I'm the same. I'm a big fan of blue. Blue raspberry is delicious. Absolutely delicious. Aw, but it was so nice here in the twilight. What's so great about the world of light anyway? See you later. Bye, I guess. Bye, Midna. I don't know, did I ever tell you guys this? Pink, strawberry, watermelon, and such. Sometimes it can be too sweet for me, Vincent. Pink side, strawberry and watermelon. I don't know, I can't remember if I ever told you guys this. Even if I have, I guess it doesn't matter. When I first played this game, I've told you guys, most of you probably know I'm dyslexic. Like, legitimately, not just like you say it on the internet. I'm legitimately dyslexic, and when I first played this game, for years, I thought her name was Minda, M-I-N-D-A, and I didn't realize, I think, until my 20s, that it was Midna, like midnight. I had no idea. I spent so many years mispronouncing her name, misreading her name. My name is Farron. I am one of the spirits of light who dwell in Hyrule. By the order of the gods, I protect this forest. It's Midna for real? Now it's official. I misread things constantly. There's definitely been more than one instance of that in my life where I found out years later I was just reading it wrong for the longest time. I'm trying to think of another example, but Minda was one of the big ones. Oh, brave youth. In the land covered in twilight where people roam as spirits, you were transformed into a blue-eyed beast. That was a sign. It was a sign that the powers of the Chosen One rest within you, that they are awakening. Link's awakening! Pog! Look at your awakened form. Pink Starbursts? I do like a pink Starburst. I think cherry might be the best Starburst. Cherry, and then lemon, and then strawberry, and then orange. I don't like orange flavored candies really that much. The green tunic that is your garb once belonged to the ancient hero chosen by the gods. His power is yours. He is the true power that slept within you. Your name is Edward. I forgot about that already. I forgot our name was Edward. Wonderful. You are the hero chosen by the gods. I like blue colors more, but the original flavor more. Fair. That's fair numbers. I like them both a lot. I think they're delicious. Brave Edward. A dark power rests in the temple deep within these woods. It is a forbidden power long, long ago. I and the other spirits locked it away. Spirits of light, excuse me, locked it away. Because of its nature, it is a power that should never be touched by anyone who dwell in the light. But this world weeps beneath a mantle of shadows, and so there is no choice. You must match the power of the King of Shadows. If you would seek its forbidden power, this forbidden power, then proceed to the temple in the forest depths. Ooh, ah. I misspell things constantly. I'm typically a very good speller. I read things wrong all the time, especially if it's numbers. I'm mixing things up all the time. Mandela effect is something we live every day. I barista on the weekends, and I always read people's totals with the numbers switched, and I have to re-say it like 3 times. That would be me for sure. Like if I worked in retail and I had to work at a register and give totals, I would get it wrong 90% of the time, I'm sure. I'm so bad with numbers. This is the timeline where the hero loses. Edward Coleman. Well, you're the chosen hero and all that, huh? So that's why you turned into that beast. What a shame. I mean, maybe you'd rather just wander as a spirit like the rest of them, totally unaware of what's happening for all eternity, right? I think I would like that. I would like to be blissfully unaware. I guess maybe it's not blissful because they're scared of everything. That seems like a personal problem. So what do you want to do? Do you want to head to that temple? Well, isn't that convenient? I was about to head there myself. Hey, look! You want to help your friends, right? The way I see it, maybe they're in the temple, waiting for you to rescue them. Well, good luck, Mr. Important Hero. That's what I should have named him. Dang. See you later. A lot of times I see the number correctly, but it comes out of my mouth all mixed up. I always see them wrong. In fact, yesterday, I was doing hex codes. I was using a bunch of hex codes to actually for the layout and everything, and I kept messing up the hex codes every single time. Like 100% of the time, I would swap at least 2 of the characters in the hex code. It was so frustrating. I'm like, why is this orange? Oh, I forgot that you can like run and slash your sword in this game. Absolutely goated move here by the devs. Look at this. You couldn't do that in previous Zelda titles. You always had to stop. Guys, please don't forget... Are we going the right way? Please don't forget about the charity. We've got plenty of work to do still. Oh, I am going the right way. Okay, I thought so. Please make sure you're sharing the link with your friends and family or anybody around if you're able to share it with. You never know. They decide to donate, it might make a difference. Currently at $1,010, which is incredible. Thank you everybody for your contributions. Come on, Link, you can do it. Hog, we're rich. Nintendo wants to have a little talk here. Don't you think heading to the temple deep within the Fairwood sounds like a good idea? I mean, the thing I'm looking for is there, so maybe you'll find your friends there as well. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. That's kind of why I'm trying to go that way. Huh? Oh, it's the Ordonian. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. You seemed familiar, but then your clothes seemed kind of different, so I got thrown off for a second. Listen, things have been a little rough around here lately, so you should watch your step, okay, guy? There's so many monsters now, I got kind of scared and closed off the path to the temple. But, you guy, you want to get back there, huh? Sure do look geared up for it, so here you go. Yay! Oh yeah, the woods on the other side of this cave are covered in really thick fog, so make sure you use your lantern. Or make sure your lantern is full. You're definitely going to need to use your lantern in there, so bring all the oil you can. Check this out, I have a special of a one-time offer. Bottle full of lantern oil for 100 rupees. Let's do it. We get a bottle and lantern oil. Neato. And you can put all kinds of stuff in the bottle once you use all of the oil inside, guy. And hey, keep pushing that lanterns. Keep using that lantern. You'll come back to buy more oil, okay, guy? Can't I fill the... Thought we could fill the, Oh, there was a place that you could fill the lantern. Right around here. thought there was somebody here. I don't see them. Oh. There they are, monkey! Monkey's in the chat. Hey, what's this monkey's problem? You idiot, while you were staring off into dreamland, your lantern got stolen. Thanks for the monkey, Gecko really helps the stream. Do you have room on your lower back? Me and the crew have been talking. Yeah. I didn't say you guys could pick the location. I said you could pick the tattoo. I get to pick the location. Thanks for the monkeys. It helps the stream. Dolphin. Why dolphin in quotations? I'm confused by that. Because I saw you say that earlier too, but I don't think I get the reference. It is a reference. Whale tail? What's wrong with you guys? Monkey. All right, relax. Was my astrology sign and Chinese year sign? I can't tell you that. It's a secret to everybody. Where are you? Come on. Come on, man. We're good. Let's go. Thanks. Thanks for your help. I guess. I mean, I could have done that myself. I got my lantern back. It ran out of oil while I was following the monkey around. Brilliant. Well... Now it's full. Do you guys know of the other way to fill your lantern in this game? I wonder who knows. What is it? There's an enemy that you can use to fill your oil, actually. I'm sure we'll come across it. I'm sure I'll be using it. So I'll make note of it once we get to that. Hello, Mr. Golden Wolf. All right, who knows who this is? Show Show me your Zelda knowledge in the chat. Oh my god, I'm dead. Sword wields no strength unless the hand that holds it has courage. You may be destined to become the hero of legend. Your current power would disgrace the proud green of the hero's tunic you wear. You must use your courage to seek power, and find it you must. Only then will you become the hero for whom this world despairs. If you do find true courage and you wish to save Hyrule from the horrors it faces now, then you will be worthy to receive the secrets I hold. Who is my favorite Looney Tunes character? I don't think I have one. I'm not the biggest fan of Looney Tunes. Enemies that are filled with energy will quickly recover and attack again, even when stunned by a powerful strike. The ending blow is a secret technique you can use on stunned enemies to end their breath before they spring back into action. When an enemy lies collapsed on the ground, stunned, Z-target and press A to leap high into the air and deliver a final strike. When the opportunity to end their breath is before you, you will see finish A appear vividly before your eyes. Yeah, constantly. I always see buttons appearing before my eyes. Now try it on me. Do you guys know who this is? Who knows who this is? Any Zelda fans in the chat know what they're talking about? What do you mean? Oh no, what happened, Link? You're bad. I mean, Edward. That was a pinpoint strike. Yeah, sure. It was, yeah, it was perfect. Never overlook your opportunity to finish with A. Right on, buddy. The first hidden skill, the ending blow, has been passed on. Is going to make the tattoo awkward. Oh god. Be nice. Alright, I don't think anybody's even paying attention to the game anymore. There are still 6 hidden skills for you to learn. Those are only for the one who carries the blood of the hero. The one whose spirit is that of the sublime beast. No, I did not hear they rebooted Tiny Toons. That's interesting. Tiny Toons wasn't too bad. I liked it growing up. Grow powerful, test your courage, and when you find that you need another skill to overcome the threats that face you, search for the statues that howl with the sound of the wind. Seek the sound that calls to the spirit of the beast to awaken me again. Sword wields no strength unless the hand that holds it has courage. Remember those words.
Farewell.
Later. I'm going to sneeze. Shoo. Excuse me. Nard dog. I have no idea what to expect from you guys. Thank you, Fiji. Appreciate that. Weird that you can burn down a spider web, but you can't just cut it down with your sword. Guys! Where are we? The Forest Temple! Let's go! Depending on how long this takes, this might be the last thing that we do today. We'll see. Thank you, Nummies. No, it's okay. I don't want to cut that open or anything. My favorite dinosaur? Plesiosaur. Plesiosaur is my favorite. Triceratops, Brontosaurus. Well, no. Really Brachiosaurus, I think I like more than a Brontosaurus. Our honorable mentions. Here's this Earl? Earl the dinosaur? What is that? Who is that? Monkey! Hey, that's the monkey that stole your lantern. Doesn't it look like she's beckoning you? Aren't you the popular one? Plantosaurs, monkeys, thanks for the monkeys, guys, really helps the stream. Earl Sinclair from the TV shows. I think I'm dumb. I don't think I know the reference, Roop. Can I? Aren't the lanterns free? Yeah, technically, yeah, you're right. The lantern. There's a spider here. The lantern's free. The oil is not. Oh, this is gonna drive me insane. Why can you reverse just the normal camera, but you can't reverse your weapon camera? Oh, this is so bad. Whose idea was that? Surely there's got to be a setting for that. But I imagine it would just be with the other control settings. Ooh, yellow rupee. Ooh, blue ruby. So rich. We have 100 rupees. Holy. Favorite number and color. 7 and purple. So wait, who is Earl Sinclair? I haven't figured out who that is yet. Oh, Dinosaurs, the TV show? Oh, those creepy things? Yeah, I never watched that. Yikes. Yeah, that's not something I really ever experienced. Feathers or scales? I suppose it depends. Plesiosaurs didn't have feathers, if that's what you're asking. I thought that was creepy too, and never saw it either. Yeah, it's horrifying. I think Earl's boss, who was a Triceratops, was voiced by the George Jefferson actor. No kidding. My wife lived on the Dinosaurs movie growing up. I didn't know there was a movie. I thought it was just a show. Look at all the torches. Is this some kind of altar? Wait, why am I asking you? How would you know? Torch. 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 7 scales plesiosaurs? What is happening? Maybe you got your wires crossed. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know anything about it either, so there very well could be a movie that I just have never heard of. Oh, we got the map. Let's go. I'm such a gamer. Those are okay. During the Dinosaurs TV show's fourth and it went 4 seasons. Disney was considering a feature film spin-off for the show. Unfortunately, the series was facing declining ratings. No kidding. After 4 seasons of watching robotic puppets. And at this point, leading to its cancellation and no movie. There was a cartoon movie series. I do not know enough. Also, monkey. Check out that ugly baboon. Oh, not of the show. Different thing. Different John. Oh, what's going on? Has there been a monkey fight? Oh no. Now I can't go any further. Thanks for the monkeys really helps the stream. We might as well go back. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like she wants you to take her somewhere. It seems like she wants to take you somewhere. So maybe you should just follow her. Such a monkey. It's probably a difficult show to run. Not a ton of material because of limitations. Was Jim... this is a genuine question. Did Jim Henson... was he involved in that? Was that like his project or something? Is that hopeless? I haven't been awake to see Jimmy do it lately. Wait, how do I don't even know how to use my shield. Oh, that's how I use my shield. That's right. Stupid. Of course I know how to use my shield. So, okay. Funny story about these little characters here. Phew, out at last. Gracious. Once I get in there, I couldn't squeeze back out. You were a big help, thanks. Meeting time, good luck, group. I've been looking for something in here, you see. Gracious, yes. You must need something here too. Shall we try working together for a while, fellow adventurer? I can even warp you out of here if you want to leave. You'll be able to come back to the same room anytime you want. I can be quite helpful, you see. So don't think of me as a burden. Now let's get started. So she is called Uku, I believe. If you call her in a dungeon, she'll let you out and allow you to return to where you want. I guess duty calls. I need to go to the data center. Continue setting up. Good luck, Gecko. So these characters... actually, maybe I should wait to tell you till a later point in the game. I think we'll wait till a different point where I can really tell you guys about these. But they are very interesting and not entirely original to Zelda, I'll just say that. Problem. Oh, spider. There, it's dead. You happy? I don't think I can go in here. I don't think I have a key. I'm gonna have to wait. Itchy. My knee is itchy. I don't believe I need to go over there yet. show about a family of anthropomorphic dinosaurs was produced by Michael Jacobs Productions and Jim Henson Television. I knew it! And association with Walt Disney Television. The Floats! Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Float, for the $40 donation. Let's see if we can get that beard dyed using ChatGPT color palette. If that's what you guys want, that's what we'll do. But we need to make it there. We're currently sitting at $1,050, which means we need another $200 to make it there. So make sure you guys are sharing the link, telling people about the charity, letting people know what's going on. Thank you so much, The Floats, for your donation. Don't forget, we're still doing a charity stream. I should actually take a break to talk about it soon. Show you guys another video. The characters were designed by Henson. I knew it. Team member. Designed by Henson, team member Kirk Thatcher. News stories written at the time of the show's premiere highlighted Dinosaur's connection to Jim Henson, who had... Oh, he died the year before. Okay, so it's just like Henson Studios, like the production company. Henson conceived... Oh, but he came up with it in '88, according to an article in the New York Times, adding he wanted it to be a sitcom about a family of dinosaurs until the success of The Simpsons, according to Alex Rockwell, a vice president of Henson Organization. People thought it was a crazy idea. Well, there you go. Now we know. Thank you, Future, for the information. That is interesting. It was really interesting. I knew he had to be involved in some way. Yeah, I could tell it was Wikipedia by the bracket 3 and bracket 4. I think that's all I needed to do. Well, that is interesting. I wasn't supposed to copy that part. Alright, I'll save your friend. Get down from there. Enough playtime. My nose is itchy. I apologize. It's quite itchy. I should take an allergy pill, actually. I'm rich. I think I'm going to sneeze again. We're just monkeying around, you know. Having a good time. Laugh. Ha ha ha. Why are you following me? I didn't mean to fall into the... How do I get out of here? Which of these vines are climbable? I think it's interesting that The Simpsons changed people's minds about the idea of a dinosaur show. That is interesting, like... I suppose it was the fact that The Simpsons were yellow and not like a traditional thing that you would see on TV. That is what convinced them, but that's, I don't know, that's kind of weird, right? I don't believe... No, I can't get you yet. Not yet. Sitcom that's outside of the box, what we usually see as a sitcom about a family. True. Good point. Okay. GG? Why is the music still playing? Oh, there you are. Well, alright, not a fan of this dungeon, probably because of the monkeys. I'm also, I think I would just echo that statement, honestly. Not the biggest fan of this, and also probably because of the monkeys. Oh, relax. How long do these bombs last? Should I be concerned about doing this yet? Oh, for real? What happened there? I thought I could make that jump. Bruh! Are you getting hung up on a root of a tree? These don't last very long. Yeah, but I wasn't even able to like jump the gap. It wasn't that he swallowed me, it's just that Link didn't even make the jump. See what I mean? He just falls straight down like a dum-dum. I really feel like I have to use this. These don't last very long though. Oh wait, can I? Hang on, it said pick up before I splashed it. Maybe I can just grab it. Save me some time. Gaming. Oh, right. Okay, I remember this. Remember? Hello? Can you open the... Hello? Hello? What are you, dumb? Thank you. All right. Key. Torch. Light the torches. I think. Not get yeeted by these worms. Common keys became so bulky in Twilight and Skyward. I never really thought about it, but yeah, you're right. They're quite large for small keys. We saved the monkey. Are the keys in breath? Not that I can remember. Not that I can remember. Maybe? Well, oh, yeah, maybe there are. Gosh, I'm actually having a difficult time remembering whether you needed keys in certain spots or not. What, can you not? What is your problem? There you go. First try. Climbing's easy. I know we have to come back to this room. I don't think we can do everything yet. Oh my. Not bad. Come here. Kobe. Save the monkeys, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing very valuable. Monkey. Chicken. Oh gosh, it didn't drop off the ledge. My hat keeps... Oh god, that monkey! Oh no! He's gone forever. Oh, he's back. There we go. First try. I like that you and Roop have similar emotes. Are we winning? What's up, Alice? Yeah, I mean, we're doing okay. I am going to be eating a ghost pepper at some point. I think I might do what was suggested and just do it maybe before we fight the boss, since this will probably be the last thing we do in this game today. There it is. That'll be a good place to stop right after beating this temple. We got a piece of heart. So you have to, in this game in particular, I think this is the only Zelda game, at least that I can think of, where you have to collect 5 pieces of heart per full heart container. Real cool. How you doing, Alice? You're having a good day. Oh, Alice, thank you for the 30. The last money in my bank. Living on bread and water now. Hey, me too. Thank you for the 30. That goes towards our Majora's Mask randomizer playthrough, first ever. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright, monkey chain. I love bread. I love water. I should drink water. I love butterscotch more. I have to send you some more. Let me thank you for the water break. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick break here. Very quick. Won't be long. Drank a candle. Oops. There we go. Now it's back. I'm not Homer Simpson. Alright. I need to do hoist. Boof a candle? What does boof mean? Is that a word I shouldn't know? Oh no, we're locked in. Monkey. Hey, I want that. Give me that. Alright. What do you mean? What do you mean? There we go. Would you? Link! Why are you bad at this game? NSFW monkey content. Where is he? I genuinely don't remember if there's more to it than this. Or I just have to keep doing... I think we're good. I was hoping lunch would wake me up, but instead it's making me more sleepy. I need to go to bed earlier. What did you have for lunch? Oh god, look at that. That is gross. Now he's a happy monkey. And a scared monkey. Penne and meatballs. I am the Fairy of Winds who resides in this boomerang. You have freed me from evil, and now I have my true power back. Please take it with you. Use it to aid your quest, and may both my power and my blessing go with you. If you focus power in your boomerang before releasing it, it will unleash the power of wind, aiding you in unforeseen ways. That's what I've always wanted. You got the Gale Boomerang. This mysterious boomerang houses the Fairy of Winds. It sucks up things with a gale force. Neat. Lock onto as many as 5 targets at once. I bet even the monkeys should be satisfied now. Let's continue climbing this place. We already found something good, so let's keep searching in places we haven't looked yet. GG Boomer device. Oh, that's not how it's done. Can't do it all at one time, huh? Wow, nice job, Link. Well, I guess there's still some monkeys you haven't freed yet at this point. Should just save them all and see what you can get for it. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. No. No, it's not. Oh god, it's a disaster. I can't make my brain do that. Monkeys are in metal jail. I guess it's more like stick jail. I'm not able to get back there. Nah. I come here for nothing. I'm just gonna wait on the wind. This one. I remember things. I was trying to get my Switch SNES controller buttons to work. The home and photo buttons, I couldn't get it to work. I'm not sure what game I was playing when I did it before, or how, but maybe it depends on the game. Yeah, I remember you telling me, and then like I tried it out and it wasn't working, and then I guess I don't need to do those, huh? And then I don't know, I did something. I ended up making it work, but I don't know what I did either. But yeah, I'm sure there's something out there. I haven't looked into it though. I'm sure there's got to be something. Another piece of heart. Let's go. Yeah, too lazy, exactly. I haven't really used it all that much. Neat. I didn't actually mean to do that. Just don't understand why they didn't make dedicated buttons. Yeah, they did. They easily could have. I mean, kind of strange that they didn't. We got the compass. Well, if it isn't something useful, as long as you have that, you should be able to find where the monkeys are captured, right? I don't know. Guess. Break his little but sir. Still. I can't speak. Don't make fun of me. If it do added extra buttons on an SNES style controller. Okay. I see a couple monkeys. Wait. I should have left that, shouldn't I? There's a bomb there. I take you. Can I bomb this? Can I? Me. 8-bit do what Nintendo. And there you go. There's a slogan. Ooh, 20 rupees. I'm rich. Almost 200. Oh, look at that. A green rupee. 200. I'm rich. Ooh, is that a donation? I feel like they're not loud enough. Stall, thank you so much for the $5 donation, bud. For Meech with love. Thank you so much, Stall. I hope you're doing well. Oh, Boss Lady. I missed that. I did not even hear that. That was like 10 minutes ago. Did anybody hear that or see that? I'm so sorry. I missed that. Boss Lady JT, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it, guys. That puts us up to $1,060. Thank you both. You didn't hear it or see it? Dang, I'm gonna turn the sound up on those. Hopefully they're not like blasting now. But hopefully I hear it a little better if they do come through. Ooh, you got a new PB stall? GG's. Which game? Are you still on X3? Thank you guys both very, very much. Boss Lady, I'm very sorry that I missed yours when it came through, but thank you. Oh, nice. X1 to 3 trifecta. Very cool stall. Big GG's. So, thank you guys so much for that. God, I feel so bad that I missed that. It may have just not alerted. I don't know for sure. But I definitely missed it. What a jerk. Missed it too, but you were busy with lunch. Yeah, I don't know if it was a me error or a technical error. Guessing Health would have caught it. Somebody probably would have. Is there a trigger in here? Am I on top of it? Is it right beneath me? Oh gosh, it's right there. I missed it before. What a dum-dum. Great. Don't you make a deposit at the bank, as the kids say? Is that what the kids say? Pop back on if you're still rolling. Good luck. Thank you, Health. Be safe. Hopefully you will be around because we have a giveaway to do still. What do we got here? Oh, we got a stamp for the Hylian letter A. Great. Oh, I don't... Yeah, great. Okay. Something we can't use, but... Make a cutscene. Is this supposed to be Helfa's going number 2? I think he's going home from work and making a deposit to the bank. Already over 1K, yes. Thanks to you guys. Really amazing. Oh gosh, hello. Still some incentives to be met, but we did a really amazing job. And if you're in the Discord, you'll see a few new threads. You guys met a few incentives, which you get to pick Casual Friday game for me. You get to pick a Halloween costume, which falls on Triforce Tuesday, so that'll be fun. And you also get to pick a tattoo for me. So make sure you're in the Discord if you want to contribute to that. I suppose I could have just walked over here, huh? From top to bottom? Oh, oh my god, I hate this. So I can't reverse these controls for whatever reason. Look how badly my brain doesn't work this way. Especially when I'm able to reverse other controls in the game, just not these. Again, just make sure you guys are here for the end of stream for the giveaway. We got the big key! What are we missing? Okay, just some monkeys and a couple chests in places that we have not been, so let's take care of that. That's not the door I wanted to go through. Not that I'm looking forward to it, but when is the end of stream? After this temple, I guess? Well, I have to kind of play it by ear. But I'm thinking the temple will be the last thing that we do in this stream. Because it makes for a good end point. Good place to break, you know? Session from 4 to 4:45. Gotcha. What time is it now? I'm not 100% sure. Tummies. This way. Do I not want to go? Let's just go this way. Seems so much nicer to play on the not Wii. Yeah. Not unlike Wind Waker, they just made some good quality of life improvements, and not having to flail your wrists around, which isn't a big hassle or anything. My head's itchy. It's not a big hassle or anything, but it is just nice to be able to sit back and relax and play the game like you would most games. How do the motion controls work? Oh gosh, I missed what Midna said. Let's help the rest of them. On the Wii, when this was released, you really just... You have the nunchuck in your left hand, and you have the Wiimote in your right. And they force you to be right-handed. Which stinks, because Link is left-handed, and I'm also favor my left to my right. And you basically just, to swing your sword, you basically just do this. You don't have to, like, sit up and really move. You can sit back in a chair and just kind of go like this. It's really not that big of a deal. I think they did a pretty good job with it. I think it was pretty fun when I played it on the Wii. It was definitely better than... Oh, on emulation? I have no idea. Flickering. I played the entire game in a recliner. Yeah, I played it sitting on my bed multiple times. On an emulator, I guess you would just play the HD version. I have no idea. I cannot get the hang of these reversed controls. No, I'm playing on the Wii U. I'm just using a Wii U Pro controller. This is the HD version of Twilight Princess. So there are no motion controls. I guess unless... No, I don't think there are any motion controls at all. I don't think you can even opt to have them. Can you... Are you... What... How are you invincible? Goodness me. Aiming with the Wii remote was annoying to me. Oh, gosh. And aiming with this is impossible because all the controls are reversed and they won't let me touch them. Hard to get the cursor to show up in the first place, and it was just going way beyond where you had to point a lot of times. I remember that being more of an issue in Skyward Sword. And having to constantly... I'm so sorry, my nose is so itchy. I should have taken an allergy pill while I was up earlier. I remember having to calibrate the remote constantly playing Skyward Sword. Ooh, ooh, we're so rich. 222. There's our friend, okay. Fun, 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 fun. Skyward fixed the motion and slowed down looking around the Wii. I just remember it being a pain to have to constantly calibrate things so that you're pointing in the right place. I didn't have as much of an issue with the controls themselves. A lot of people complained relentlessly about them, but I didn't think it was that bad. Wait, how do you... Can't you grab this? I thought you could grab this, dude. Why does he explode? My gosh. I can't figure it out. Okay, I really thought you could grab this. Oh my gosh. Can I... I'm gonna be going the wrong way all the time. Up. This one? Okay, that works. But can I use that for the the bomb whatever it is? Maybe 3 areas of Twilight Princess that caused me motion sickness. Like Bed Temple made me end stream the boss fight in the Desert Temple. That one makes sense. I could see that being a problem for people who have motion sensitivity. I just... Does that work? Oh, now it gives it to me. What? Ridiculous. I tried like 6 times in a row. It wouldn't give me the stupid bomb. I hear you, monkey. I really need to find a way to reverse this. This is so rough. Anybody able to find out if this is possible to reverse the controls of, like, your boomerang? It's not gonna work. The boomerang and the slingshot and that kind of thing. Couldn't find a way to reverse those. Oh, look at me just go wrong every time. This is wild. Alright, this is gonna be a problem, isn't it? Can I just bring it to me? You know, that worked so well before. Wish Nintendo would just man up, put this in Wind Waker on the Switch. I know, man. I'm totally with you. They should. I mean, they gave Mario a really nice 35th anniversary collection, and we got literally nothing for Zelda until they put out the little Game & Watch. But I don't know, kind of lame. Okay. I think we're done here. Ah, my arm's itchy. Ah. Nintendo really also needs to understand that these controls need to be reversed. Oh, look how much I'm struggling just to aim at the right place. Did I even... I don't even think I did this. I'm having a rough time, guys. I want to play this again so bad, but buying it for console from 8 gens ago is rough. Yeah, no kidding. I think Snowden might be my favorite dungeon in this game. That one, I have like so many good, vivid memories about that dungeon from when this game first came out. It might be my favorite dungeon too. Such a good one. Oh god, why is it so hard? It shouldn't be this difficult. Whatever, I give up. Not even trying. Wake up, monkey. You're free. Said you're free. Ooh, I heard that one. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else. Eric! Thank you so much for the $51 donation. Eric says first place. Is that true? Does that put you in first? Let me refresh. Because it doesn't update. Eric is in... Wait. No. Eric's not in first place yet. Not yet, Eric. You're at 101. Vincent's at 115. What? Math is hard. I don't blame you. I didn't even... I don't know what you guys had donated for, before. Am I okay? Am I okay to be down here? What is happening? Can I climb back up? Suppose I could just climb back up. Thank you so much, Eric, for the 51. That's very, very kind. I think that's all there is to do here. Eric, thank you for the additional 15, and now that should put you in first place. Have to double check just to make sure, but it should. Math should check out. Let's see. Eric, you are in first place. This definitely was not embarrassing, like, at all. Yo, what's up, Simon? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Eric, for the very generous donation. Where am I? Oh, hello. That puts us at, what does that put us at? $1,126 for Games for Love. Coming up on the next milestone. Here you, monkey. Link's a really good climber. Look, he doesn't even need the vines. Oh, yes, he does, apparently. He's stopped there. Cool. Meech, I need to leave the office for half an hour. You can't finish stream until I'm back. I will try my best, Avon, but I unfortunately can't make promises, but I will try my best. Alright, monkey saved. A monkey saved is a monkey earned. You know what? You know what? That's what they say, right? That's the expression. What are you looking at? What are you fixated on? Is there... I think there's like a chest. Yeah. I need a treasure. Where's the treasure? Oh, there it is. Alright, I think we've done everything. Who do we got? Uh-oh. Is there gonna be a war? Vincent donated $6. Thank you so much, Vincent. Well, I wanted to do $2, so I'll just do 6. You know how I like 6s. Thank you so much, Vincent, for the additional 6. That puts you back ahead, and puts us at a total of 1,132. There, you might wanna save the war until the end of the stream. I'll just say that if you guys are gonna have a war, maybe wait until the end of the stream. Shawing, welcome back. I hope you're doing okay. Hope school was alright. I think we did everything. Oh gosh. Are we ready to move on? Yeah, it's not in the Wii version, future, because it's for the... Oh, what is it called? Miiverse? I think that's what it's for. I think that's what the whole thing is about. So they weren't... Oh, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? It was for Miiverse. Where is the money? What do you mean, Stall? How's Zelda and Charity going? Things are going well, Shawing. Thank you. We are almost at 1,250, which is our next help. Somebody help. Our next milestone. Yeah, welcome in, Orem. Good to see you. Nice. This is not my favorite Zelda game, but I do love Zelda. This is in my top 5 personally. I really like this game. Maths. I took the bait. What did I... I don't know what's happening, Stall. I'm too dumb. I can't concentrate on too many things at once. Oh, my head's so itchy. I have to take the hat off to scratch my head. Don't look at my hat here. I never wear hats. I especially don't wear Minish caps. Minish Cap was a pretty weak Zelda too, if I'm being honest. Fantastic art in that. I'm with you on that one, Orem. I am not the biggest fan of Minish Cap. We actually finished that before I took a brief hiatus from Triforce Tuesdays. But that is definitely not one of my favorite Zelda games. Yeah, Showing loves that game. I am not the biggest fan of it. All right. You guys ready? I think we took care of everything. I do have an empty bottle. We might as well take a ferry. Yes, please, guys, share the link. Our stream is coming to an end here, and soon, actually. Is now the time where should I Minish Cap A+. Best thing ever. Should I do the Ghost Pepper now before the boss battle? Is that the consensus? Is that what you guys want to see? Is that what will be fun for you? Peepo Pepper? After the boss? But that doesn't... Yeah, suffer while trying to win. After the boss, I gotta talk to you guys and run a giveaway and... What do you guys think? What does chat think? think I'm going to smoke this doink straight to my dome. Snoochie boochies. Pepper first. Do it now, why not? Alright. I suppose I should take a very quick bathroom break before I have to go through this. I think before is more intense. I think so too. And plus, it would go in the VOD. Exclamation YouTube. Oh, thanks for the water break. If you guys are subbed to my second channel, I put all the Triforce Tuesdays on there, so if I did it after, I guess it wouldn't make it in. Alright, let me take a very brief bathroom break, and then I guess we'll do pepper time. Definitely need a milk break. I've got no milk. I don't drink milk, so we're just gonna suffer. It's just gonna we're just gonna go and hope for the best. Dying is the way. Cool. Meech is gone. Time to riot. Oh, who is this? Shawing! Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Shawing just says Meech with an exclamation point. So this is a ghost pepper. This is straight from my garden. I didn't have any smaller ones. Actually, I did have a smaller one, but it wasn't as nice. So I actually have the biggest one from my plant. And I guess here we go. It's going to suck. I've never done this before. I would have inserted the emote, but it didn't let me upload custom gifts, so here. Thank you, Shawing. Alright. You guys ready? I'm not. I have a paper towel here. The hat might have to come off. I might sweat too much. I think suck is an understatement. I think so too. I just gotta go all in. I guess I gotta make sure that you guys can see me eat this stupid thing. I should have switched it out with a not hot pepper and tricked you. You guys ready? How many viewers do we have? Do we have enough? You guys better be watching this. How did I lose viewers? Get back in here. Watch me suffer. Hi, Sam. I hope you're well, too. I hope I'm well, too. It's actually, like, instantly hot. I'm still chewing it. There's seeds and all. I hope you're good, Sam. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Whew. That's, like, instant heat. Alright, let's go. Boss time. I'm a man's man. We can do this. That is a hot pepper. Whew. I can feel it in my ears. Whew. Oh! I might not talk much. That's really hot. That is in my ears. Ah. Oh my god. No, it's not gone. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. Oh, baby. It's in the ears, man. It's in the ears. I'm crying. Surely this has to be worth donations. Whew. Does that not hit? Why doesn't it hit? I am crying. Where did the pepper hurt you? Ooh. It's like straight in the ears. Oh man. How do you do this?
8-bit color palette, please.
Oh my god, who was that? Nummies? Oh, thank you for the $1. What do I do? Why can't I hit him? Oh man. Whew. Can you... Why... Hey, why doesn't this work? Ah. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. What do I have to do? The bomb doesn't hit him. Whew. I did that 8 times, man! What do you mean? Game's rigged. Now these stupid things are back. Vincent, thank you for the what do you mean? Charming, thank you for the what do you mean? Where's my monkey friend? I need help. Where are you, dude? I don't know what I did there, but it worked. Was that it? I won! Holy. Oh. With a ghost pepper inside my mouth. We beat the boss. Ha. That was certainly something. Oh baby. How did we lose viewers, man? You guys are supposed to be here for this. Ah. Thanks for the GGs. Don't touch my eyes. I think I'm good. I held it from the stem of the pepper. I should be okay. And then I wrapped the rest of the stem in a towel. Oh my god, my ears. Boss lady gets the ear thing when she eats spicy beans. Tell boss lady thank you for her donation. It burnt my ears so bad. So bad. Now it feels like they need to pop. Well done. Thank you, Nummies, for the $1. I don't... How do I do an 8-bit color palette? That's what I was looking for. That's a fused shadow. It's what the light spirit called dark power. Do you remember what that spirit said? About how you had to match the power of the King of Shadows? I was just joshing. Thank you for the donation. I do appreciate that. I will add that to the Majora's Mask Rando. Since it's not in bits, I'll just make it I'll add 100 at the end of stream. There's a total of 3 fused shadows. Whew, baby. Oh, you sent a real donation? I think the other light spirits have the rest. Oh, man. Nummies, thank you so much for the $25 donation. Way to go, Pepper Boy. Hey, man, we did it. We beat the boss with the world's 4th hottest pepper in my mouth. It wasn't the worst thing in the world. I've had worse. When I was in Sweden, I told you guys about doing the heat challenge there. That was worse than this. If you want to know exactly where fused shadows are, well, maybe I'll tell you if you find the other 2. I guess you'd better do your best to find them, huh? Hee. And I'd like to point out, I haven't had any water. I didn't drink any water. Or anything. I haven't had a drink, so... Let's not waste any more time here when we could be looking for the other 2. I think there's a seed caught in my mouth. Yum. No milk, no water, nothing. I'll get you out of here. You pick up the heart container that fell out of that thing. Just dying and dehydrating. That's the way God intended. We got a heart container. Our life energy has been increased by 1 and fully replenished. Wanna go outside? Are you all done here? That's a lot of emotes drawing. Alright. Hope that was worth it, guys. Thank you so much for all the donations. Don't forget. Do not forget, if you're in the Discord, if you're not in the Discord, join the Discord. If you are in the Discord, there's a few threads now. You guys get to pick a Casual Friday game for me. You get to pick a Halloween costume for me, which falls on Tuesday. Triforce Tuesday. We'll do a Halloween stream. You guys get to pick my costume. And, perhaps most importantly, you get to pick a tattoo for me, which is crazy. It's going to go on my body forever, so be nice. But make sure you're in the Discord, exclamation Discord if you're not. And you can decide with the community on those things. Gotta take advantage of the fire situation. Sounds like me after a great Saturday night. Dying and dehydrating, true. Heroic Edward, do not think that Hyrule is now saved from the spread of Twilight. Leave these woods and go to the east, where you will find the land protected by the Spirit Eldin. Hopefully it's not a painful placement for that tattoo. Well, I told chat they could pick my tattoo. I didn't say they could pick where. I'm gonna decide where. You guys just decide the tattoo for me. There you will find those you seek. But know that these lands lie in twilight, and they are now a dark realm covered by the clouds of dusk. If you set foot beyond the curtain of twilight, you will revert to your beast form, so be prepared. Hero chosen by the gods, leave these woods and go to the east to the land of Eldin. Ooh, baby. Slash moment. If I could give you guys a moment, I would have given you a moment for that. Slash moment for the ghost pepper. Right from my garden. That's better. Searching should be much easier now, eehee. But of course, you feel the need to go help the other light spirits, don't you? Well, don't worry. When you turn into a beast again, I'll take good care of you. The first thing you need to do is to find a land covered in twilight. Once you do, I'll help you out. Eehee, see you later. Ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me? Yeah, fantastic. Amiibo functionality. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for our Twilight Princess playthrough today. That took way too long. But, Triforce Tuesday is back! It's back, guys. And I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. Thank you for everybody who donated. The stream's not ending yet, but the VOD likely, if you go watch on my YouTube channel, it will likely be ending here. So, so thank you to everybody who donated, and thanks for helping with all the incentives and everything. You guys are amazing, and I hope you enjoy Triforce Tuesday being back. I missed it. I'm glad to be back with Triforce Tuesday, playing some Zelda with you guys. It's always a lot of fun. But now we're gonna make it to the giveaway and all the other fun stuff that we do on the end of stream. So if you watch this live on YouTube, you can catch the streams instead, and you can be a part of something bigger. So again, thank you to everybody who donated to Games for Love today. Truly appreciate it, and I know they do as well. You're really helping out a great cause. So thank you, everybody. And let's call it there for the end of Triforce Tuesday, Twilight Tuesday. Thank you guys so much for everything. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, whatever time it is, wherever you may be. Thank you for all the support and donations to Games for Love today. It really means a lot. I appreciate you guys so much. Take care of yourselves, and I should see you tomorrow if I am not dead from taking the 4th hottest pepper in the world straight to my gut. Fantastic. Love you guys. Thank you so much for all the support. Thank you for supporting charity. That's what it's all about. Take care, and I'll see you next time. Bye!